I sent you the. Oh, I'm now live. Just Amy, just so you know, I sent you the link on through your Twitter. If you check your in direct messages on Twitter for the show I just started. Okay. Yeah. The show is live. This is episode 7 of All Gods Invited, and I'm going to go ahead and mute my mic on Amy Newman's show, which I was in. Well, I'm switching over to this. Thanks, Amy. And oh no, it's Eminent Reflection, not Reflections. But if you try to search for it on YouTube, it'll try to put the S on the end. At any rate, so yeah, the question today is, can gods do things? No, that could have been worded a few different ways, but the basic question is, can a god actually do something on its own? Can the god itself do something, or do they have to do things through people? And I've heard different ideas from different people. If anybody wants to join the conversation and talk about their viewpoint on it, they're welcome to do that. Of course, all gods are invited to come speak for themselves. If there are any gods out there that have gotten the link, I'll post it in the live chat. I posted it earlier before the show actually started, but I'll post it again just to make sure. There's the link in the live chat. It's streamyard.com/lowercase BNH24 XYQBD. It's all lowercase in this one. I don't know if the StreamYard ones are always all lowercase or not. I know the YouTube ones get mixed case. But yeah. So, Answers in Atheism says, rar, in the live chat. Should I... there's no exclamation point on the end, so I'm guessing that's not supposed to be like, rar, but maybe he was trying to scare me. Kidding. Just kidding. At any rate, yeah, he was on an episode once, mentioned the fact that as a Buddhist, of course, Buddhism teaches, at least some forms of Buddhism teach that we are all everything, and so therefore the Buddhist would have every reason to believe that in some sense they are a god. So yeah, welcome.
So Rar is a very, very tired, very tiny T-Rex.
Oh, that's what that is. Rar. It's a little T-Rex.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like roar, it's like rar.
Well, tired.
Rar.
Yeah. Rar.
Iron Charioteer says, hi all, Eminent Reflection. I am double dipping, Doc. Oh, meaning it's in two places at once.
What's the other place?
I'm wondering that too. What is the other place? Yeah, I'm kind of in two places at once as well. Amy hasn't taken me off of her channel. I'm still there. I can wave over in Amy's channel, and yeah, I'm on the screen there, and I'm muted. And hopefully she won't see the waving and think that I'm asking her to unmute me.
But praise stream tonight. There always is. I don't know.
All these things going on at once.
So
yeah, over on her channel, they're talking about divine hiddenness, and I didn't really get a chance to say much in there, but Oz was saying something about divine hiddenness being like bull crap. Like he says, gods aren't hiding; they're just not real. And yeah, that's probably the case. But at the same time, I understand the concept of divine hiddenness is basically, well, either they're not real or they're hiding because they're not showing up.
I was just watching Standing for Truth and Ramet the Fruit Bat, talking about patriarchal drive, this most amazing thing that Dr. Sanford discovered. Have you heard about it?
No, I don't think so. Patriarchal drive, huh?
Yeah, they have a biblical chart of Noah and Moses and all these people that lived for a long time. And then right after the flood, they started, the curve went down real fast because of the flood bottleneck, they said. And people started, dying younger and younger. And it's proof of Dr. Sanford's genetic entropy. So basically, you go to the Bible, you get a bunch of ages of these.
Yeah, a bunch of numbers people claimed people lived to.
And then you put it in an Excel spreadsheet and you look at it, and then you get some other numbers, like some modern numbers, like Caesar and, stuff like that. And you see that
gaps.
And that's somehow, and they were like, that's the most amazing thing. Just like the most.
It's interesting, when I've seen similar things to that. And, it's interesting, when they look at fossils, it's like they say, well, we have this fossil and we have this fossil, but, where's the fossil in between them? What's the missing link between those two? And then, so you find one in between those. And they're like, well, what's the missing link between those? So you find one in between those. Well, what's the missing link between those? Where's the other missing fossil? Because, they think you should have every single little tiny step along the way. And they never do that with those ages.
Yeah,
there's huge leaps, and it's like, well, it was gradual in between there, and it's, big gap in time that we don't have any evidence or even claims of.
Yeah. Oh well, that whole video was about the Neanderthals and skulls. They had these different. They go on Google and look up all these different shapes of human heads, and that's their proof that all the transitional fossils are actually just humans with misshapen heads or something.
Yeah, because they don't understand that those are not all ancestors of modern humans. Those are all humans that were, a lot of them, some of them at least contemporary to modern humans, and some of them contemporary to each other. Some of these things lived at the same time, not necessarily like from the same beginning to the same extinction, but at least overlapping the same time. They weren't just ancestors of each other.
Yeah.
I mean, sure that, you can say some would have been more like our common ancestor with them than we are, because they went extinct before we did. And, because they evolved before we did, so they're closer to that genetically, and therefore most likely closer physiologically or morphologically. But yeah, it's it's not a ladder. We're not climbing up a ladder from amoebas to humans, as some people make it out to be.
So you've been inviting gods, and I noticed that Darth showed up twice.
Yeah, I don't think he thought he was a god, but I did say non-gods are welcome as well. I don't think he wants to come back again, though.
Did he have a tough? I didn't see the second one. The first one we were just we were kind of double playing you on my channel because we were overlapping for about 5 minutes while you were handling Darth, and we were just loving it. It was pretty good.
Okay, well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah. I've had a few such people, come on, and it seems that they're more interested in basically kind of like, Kent Hovind. They've got this thing they want to preach, and they're not really interested in having a conversation. And the moment I try to have a conversation that derails what they're trying to do, and they get all upset about it. And I mean, they're welcome to do their preaching elsewhere if they want to preach. That's not what this is for. I mean, if somebody wants preaching to be done on this show, they should invite their God to come preach for itself.
Yes. Yeah, invite them to show up.
If you want to preach, you've identified yourself as a God, so you're welcome to preach. In what sense?
I'm God.
So. You can do that, and if Darth Dawkins wants to come on and identify himself as a god, I'll let him preach his god religion about him being a god, and he can do that to an extent. I mean, we'll see how far I let that go, But but I mean, it is first and foremost. I mean, the show is called Gods and All Gods Invited, so kind of give the gods a chance to talk if they come on, even if they're not really gods, even if it's just somebody claiming to be a god, or even if they're gods in by one person's definition, but not by another, even if not by my definition or a definition I would accept. Got to give some leeway there.
Yeah. So another clip I played was you and Otangelo, and you were talking, and then Otangelo started interrupting you, and then 15 seconds later, you interrupted Otangelo, and he started saying, "Let me finish, let me finish, let me finish." So 15 seconds after he interrupted you, he started complaining about you interrupting him, and it was funny.
Yeah,
it was really funny. So it was. I thought it was this incredible awareness people have. Self-awareness.
Yeah. I did try. Was that Otangelo? No, I forget. Who was that? Somebody had asked me for 60 seconds. And to just make
that
was
Darth. That was Darth.
That was Darth. I thought that was Darth.
We played that. We were just laughing our asses off because
and it's like I gave him 60 seconds to make his point, and and told him I'll be quiet during that 60 seconds, and the whole time he's like, well, are you going to say something? You're going to say something?
Yeah.
Well, come on, you're using up your 60 seconds. I gave him way more than 60 seconds, most of which he wasted trying to get me to talk when he asked me to be silent.
So we were calling you the Darth Whisperer.
I wasn't even whispering. I was just nodding and shaking my head. Said a few things while my mic was muted,
Yep.
But I mean, if he really had a point to make, he had ample opportunity to make it. I really don't think he had a point to make.
Yeah,
I really don't. I think the whole idea was that he was trying to, baffle people watching the show into thinking that I don't have a point, or that I don't have an answer to, things that he won't give me a chance to answer, because every time I try to answer them, he tells me I'm talking over him because he won't give me a chance to talk without talking over him.
So what was he asking you about, the grounding thing? How you ground your, what was he asking?
Are you talking about the definition of God, where he was trying to define God into existence?
I'm not sure.
Was that him? I'm not sure. I was so sleep deprived at the time. Everything's all a blur.
And who's that guy you had on yesterday? Was that Sunseed or whatever? It was
Sunflower. I think. Did I have Sunflower on there?
Yeah. So. Atheist pagan mom calls him Sunbun.
Yesterday, I don't think that was yesterday though. I think yesterday's I was just all by myself. Nobody else.
One day you had, maybe last night you had Catholic. It was Catholic something or another.
It could be. I might have gotten them mixed up. I've been running a pretty hectic schedule and not getting enough sleep, and that's why I'm cutting these things back, because I've got writing to do and stuff, and I've got to do other things and got to get some rest in between. So so after this one, I'm planning on skipping tomorrow entirely. I might be on some other people's live streams, maybe yours. If anybody wants to watch, anybody sees this, he's got his own channel, Answers in Atheism. It used to be Speed of Sound of Gravity. Changed the name of the channel, and it does some nice shows on there. I'd recommend having a look. But I may be on some other people's shows, but tomorrow I'm going to skip doing my own and try to get more other stuff done. And then the day after tomorrow, 10:25 a.m. Pacific time is when I'm planning on scheduling my next show for this series.
I'm probably taking the 9th and the 10th off. I'm going to get my vaccination, and I'm scheduling a day for just laying around. So. Because I hear that's a pretty good thing to do after you get that vax.
Okay.
You get tired for about a day, and on the 9th, they've got me driving almost to Wisconsin to get the damn shot.
Well, that would make sense, because a vaccine for a virus, it's not like it just gives your body everything it needs. to be able to fight the virus off. It gives your body basically what it needs to start figuring out for itself how to fight the virus off, and then the body has to go through the work of preparing for for the event that it might encounter that particular thing. So
your immune system has to go in overdrive, to use all sorts of immune.
Yeah, it starts producing stuff that would let it know when that virus has been detected, and so that's your body's got to do a lot of extra work, and it can tire a person out.
Yeah. Yep. So that guy, Catholic something or another, on the stream I watched from
what was that?
He was asking you about what you're certain of.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Catholic. Yeah, that was the one that was doing the defining God into existence, and then he defined God out of existence like half a dozen times or so. And I wasn't sure. I'm like, whose side are you on?
Yeah, I had a little trouble, but he was asking you, what are you 100% certain of? And it's like, when you think about that, you want to say nothing, but actually, like I'm 100% certain I'm talking to you right now, and you're a human being.
Well, I'm not.
I'm
not. I couldn't put a number on the percentage. It's extremely close to 100, but there's always that possibility that that I might not even be thinking, that maybe this is just an imaginary imagination. That maybe God is imagining me thinking that I'm talking to you. So I mean, these things that are probably not even possible, but I can't say for certain they're not possible. If I want to really be realistic about the numbers of how certain I am, I got to kind of include those in there as well. It could be something like that.
Well, there's a couple of tricks there. One of them is when you start studying some of the philosophy behind that, at first it sounds compelling, but then you get a little further into it and you start realizing what is actually being asked and what is being said, and
right.
Definition of reality is what I perceive right now. Basically.
And all he was doing is his entire argument amounts to that that if he defines his God his way, then his God can't exist in my reality according to things that he's asked me. In other words, that the reality that I perceive can't have a God in it. And that somehow, that's supposed to make it so that his God is real. But no, the reality is that he's using a worldview he borrowed from someone else rather than actually looking at the world. I'm looking at the world. So if one of our worldviews is wrong, it's going to be more likely his, because he doesn't know where his came from. His is just a borrowed worldview. Mine is actually viewing the world.
Yeah. You made some good points about his. Being basically pulling God out of his ass and being 100%
hi, dog.
About it. So,
dog's in the live chat. Just said hi.
DOJ, dog?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, that's
yes. I suppose if you read it with the G as like the capital G as like a separate word, like sometimes people cram words together, that could be do G.
Well, even he's afraid to come in here,
No, actually, I don't think he'd be afraid to come in here. Dog, if you want to come in here, you're invited.
It's for gods, and he's pretty close.
Yeah.
He's close.
I'll post the link again, just
closer
just in case. And World United, if you're still around, you're welcome to come in too if you want.
I turned my camera on, but
just watching, maybe talk in the live chat if you want or whatever. Flexible.
I turned my camera on, but my sister's probably going to watch this, and she'll call me up and tell me how tired I look. Because it's
well, maybe she might call you and tell you how tired your icon looks, your avatar.
Yeah.
Your avatar looks tired.
Yeah. There's Dog. Hi, Dog.
Hi, Dog.
Hello. How's everyone?
Or 2G.
Dog with a capital G.
Dog with a capital G, yes.
Yeah,
that's the one I prefer also. Dog with a capital G. Except that's long, so dog for short.
Yeah.
Well, it's the middle of the night. I should be sleeping.
Oh. Did Amy end her channel or?
I'm not sure yet. Let's see.
I'm not sure. Oh no, hers is still going.
She's still alive.
I'm still on screen there. I'm still muted and on screen. I didn't like throw myself out or shut my camera off or anything. So I'm just taking up space on her live stream.
You're adding extra glamour.
Something like that. Yeah. People that joined her live stream late and haven't heard me say anything, they're probably wondering, what's that guy doing on there? He's looking away from the camera and he's not saying anything, or seems to be talking to like somebody else. It's like maybe that guy's talking to God. That could be it.
I've got to get my acting head on today. I'm doing a collusion with Black Sofa, so I need to act out some phrases.
Okay.
I need to act out some phrases that he's going to add to his video.
Cool. Black sulfur.
I'm adding the glamour to his and a bit of comedy, I might add.
Okay.
To his videos.
What is the channel?
Black Sofa.
Black sulfur. I've never heard of that one. I should go look.
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
He's an English guy.
Okay.
Yeah, you English just kill me.
He's doing a trilogy. He's already done 2. I'll be with 2 other guests. I'll be the 3rd one, which I don't know when the video will be coming out. Obviously, I've got to send him my vocals, and he'll add them into his video. Yeah,
if you did them all at the same time, then they'd be a trinity, right?
yeah, we were talking about that the other night, weren't we? Well, the other morning, I should say.
If it was just one video, but it was 3 of them at the same time in that one video, yeah, then it would be a trinity of videos.
Well, Douglas Adams, with his four-book trilogy, the English often get it wrong, right? The 4 book. You're familiar with Douglas Adams' 4 books?
I'm not. I don't think so. I'm familiar with some of his work, but I don't think I've heard anything referred to that way of his.
No, his Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy trilogy, which he called a trilogy, actually had 4 books in it. So.
That's why. Okay, 4-book trilogy. Now I understand.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever heard it called that.
That was the first joke.
Got it.
Yeah.
4-book trilogy.
I basically I sculpted my son's humor on Douglas Adams. So
I'm still waiting for somebody to to make some sequel to a movie that never existed, and name it like something or other part 2, and then make the sequel to that part 3, and like never make the prequel part 1. and call that a trilogy with only 2 movies in it.
So, The Devil Wears Prada, Black Sulfur, is that the channel? Doug?
No, Black Sofa, as in couch.
Oh, sofa.
Oh,
yeah.
Sofa. I thought you said sulfur. He thought you said sulfur. You said sofa. SOFA?
SOFA, yes, sofa.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, bad audio.
No, it's our hope as Americans to teach you how to pronounce words. So.
Is that what it is? Yeah. Well, we're speaking a different language. You see, he's speaking English, and we're speaking, a language that doesn't really have a name, so let's call it English.
You teach us how to pronounce them. We teach you how to spell them.
Yeah.
Well, I always thought that, like 300-400 years ago, all the people that knew how to talk came over here to America.
No, only the people who like the letter Z, because you do overuse the letter Z in everything.
Well, actually, there were intentional efforts to make American English distinct from British English. There were several different such efforts made to change the pronunciation, to change the spellings, to change, for example, the way that words verbs form the past tense. There was an attempt made to make all American English verbs have a past tense that ended in T instead of some in T and some in ED. Now, in British English, there were very few English words that had their past tense end in T. Almost all of them were in ED, but there were those few rare exceptions. And the ones that ended in T, it was for good reason. They were really hard to pronounce with a D ending sound, and so they tried to change them all to end in T because you could do that. The ones that ended in D, you could pronounce with a T on the end, but not the other way around. And it didn't work real well. So what we ended up with is making the problem worse. That we had more irregularity instead of more regularity, which was what they were aiming for.
Yeah.
They ended up splitting the difference between them. So now we've got lots of past tenses ending in D and lots of past tenses ending in T instead of one of them just being rare.
I enjoy the Americanisms. Like fundamentalism is a good word. I like. That's an Americanism.
Americanism, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a little trouble with the idea of that the United States is called America, and people, United Statesians are called America or Americans because America is a continent. And
yeah, what the hell do we think we're doing? Taking the name of the whole continent.
Take the name of the whole continent and claim it as our own. I mean, what's up with that? Canadians are American. The Mexicans are American. Sure, United Statesians are American. I guess probably the problem is the fact that Mexico was already the United States as well. So just calling ourselves United Statesians really didn't help because then the Mexicans are also United Statesians. So how do you tell us apart?
Well, one thing this year, or the last year, has taught me is that the states in America are not united. They're far from it.
There's the United Republic of Texas.
Well, yeah.
There's the rest of us. And
Sunflower. I think Sunflower's being sarcastic. He says in the chat, "We're the best the continent has to offer by far." So we obviously have to claim the title.
So, agnostic pagan mom calls him sunbun, sunflower.
I certainly hope United Statesians aren't the best America has to offer. I've been around America, by the way, and I don't think so.
So about 14 miles north of me, they're going to be starting a really big trial, I think, tomorrow, or did it start today? Do you know about the George Floyd trial?
Oh, Sunflower says, not sarcasm. Look up which country has the most Nobel Prizes.
Oh, my God.
Israel?
Israel. I thought it was Israel.
Yeah, I don't think that's in America.
Well, Donald Trump got an IG Nobel Prize, didn't he, like this year?
An Ig Nobel Prize?
Yeah, an Ig Nobel Prize. Him and a few other heads of, politicians, I should say, on their handling of COVID.
Yeah.
It's obviously not a good.
They maybe should have handled it more, so the rest of us wouldn't have ended up handling it so much. Well,
that's it. You say the same here in the UK. The UK handled it pretty poorly too. I'm still
literally nobody else on the planet handled it as badly as the United States of America did. We just handled that atrociously.
Yeah, we do have the numbers, man. We should be proud. I think we got 25% of the cases, and we're 3% of the population.
Yeah. And that's part of one tiny little piece of the reason why I figured Sunflower was, being sarcastic.
No, he's not. I've listened to this guy talk. I think he's serious. I'm not sure. I'm not a fan of sunflower. I'm sorry. Or any of those
also, by the way,
nutters.
Nobel Prizes are not given out for greatness. Just in case anybody didn't know that, they're given out for discoveries.
Yes.
And that can be discoveries that came with hard work, or discoveries that came from skill, or discoveries that came from sheer accident. But it's discoveries, not greatness. So, being a country with a lot of Nobel Prizes doesn't mean you've got great people. It just means you did a lot of discovering, and specifically discovering that got acknowledged by a specific group of people.
So I was in England in 2016 in the summer, and we were being driven around by one of these private tour guides, and we were talking about Trump and how appalled we were that he was running at all, and the tour guide started laughing. He says, "Oh, no!" He says, "Please, he's the greatest show on earth." He was laughing his ass off at us, So I mean, we're sitting there, Americans in the back seat, and this English guy is getting a kick out of this clown running for president. I couldn't believe it. It's like, thanks. That's a great story.
Wait, didn't William Lane Craig have a clown cosmological argument?
Oh, the clown cross. Oh, I haven't heard that one. That's yes. There you go. Clown cosmological argument. Excellent.
Yeah, wasn't that all about how Trump is real?
Yeah, I think so.
The clown cosmological argument.
Yeah, 4 premises or a little syllogism. Yeah.
Oh, Amy's telling me if I could dual stream in a second. I don't know what that means or how that works. I'm going to ask her.
I've never done it, but I'm pretty sure.
What is that about dual streaming? How does that work?
Well, you could set up another destination on StreamYard, I think, and select both of them at the same time. So you.
Well, I'm still on my show, and I just heard you say something about dual streaming, and I'm talking to Answers in Atheism and Dog over on my channel. So I just wondered what it was you were talking about.
If you haven't done it, you don't want to do it tonight. This is
the other.
Oh, the other camera.
Yeah. What are my thoughts on God being missing? I think Oz had it right that God isn't missing. God is just not real. Of course, it depends on what you mean by God. If you go to when people said that Olympic winners were gods, okay, yeah, there have been people that won the Olympics. That those are real things, and do they count as gods in the sense that most people these days, what they mean when they say God? I think probably not. I think most people, when they talk about a god, they're talking about something a little more impressive than having thrown a shot put or a javelin farther than anybody else in a contest with a small number of people in it. That granted, are exceptionally good at those particular things. But yeah, I think well, I think if there's a God out there that really wants people to believe it exists and really wants people to believe it is all that terribly impressive, if it's all knowing and all powerful, it should have no problem doing that, and we should already know that it exists. So obviously that kind of a God isn't real, one that really wants everyone to know it exists and knows how and easily can, but if they want a little help, they can come on my channel and speak for themselves. I'm sure you wouldn't mind if they came on your channel and spoke for themselves. They actually, get their message out there instead of letting, humans who don't do a very good job of representing them preach on their behalf. They could just, do their own preaching.
Well, if you send Ken Copeland some money, he'll pray for you. You'll pray the COVID away.
Well, when you close up your channel, post the link to my show if you want, and anybody that wants to head over there, I'll probably still be there.
So you're in two places. I am so confused right now. I'm watching you on two streams from two different views. Very confusing for the old boomer.
Yeah, sorry about that little diversion there. Well, I'm in two places at once.
Yeah, and if you have two conversations at once with two sets of guests, it's really going to get crazy.
Yeah, well, imagine what it must be like for a god who's like everywhere at once, having conversations with like right. Billions of people begging him for stuff.
Yeah, well, that's I explained my Buddhist godhood to you, so I do have a problem.
Yeah, but holding a conversation with with a million people, that could be rough regardless.
Million whining people.
What's that?
A million whining people.
Million whining people.
Whining, yeah. Oh, please, my brother, my mother, my dad. Give them whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, I think it would make a lot of sense if if there is a god out there who's like some kind of a hero. It's powerful, it's smart, it's intelligent, and it's not like all knowing and all powerful. It'd make a heck of a lot of sense to come on a show like this and say, hey, look, yeah, I'm real, but I'm not what people made me out to be. Stop expecting me to be able to solve every problem all at once. Like, I'm not Superman. Superman would be more of a god than I am. They can do that if they're real and not unbelievable. Maybe then they could get all the believers they want, because people could go, hey, yeah, I can believe in that. I mean, heck, if Superman was real, that would even be more believable than an all-powerful anything.
Well, surely an all-powerful, intelligent God would delegate, wouldn't he? He'd create people.
What's the fun in that, Doc? No discovery. Well, actually, to me, that would be like the beginning of discovery, because then we'd be going, hey, there's something that science hasn't figured out yet. There's a good line of discovery to start searching down. So, anyway, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
I was just saying, an all-powerful, intelligent God would delegate. He'd create secretaries and whatnot to deal with the shit.
A hierarchy. Like a manager hierarchy.
And maybe that's exactly what happened. And maybe he lost control of it. Maybe it got too big. I mean, nearly 8 billion people on the planet. People with their own self-interests and saying, hey, we're getting money and power out of this, and we want more of that, and we could just twist things a little bit for our own personal benefit. And the next thing they're making God out to be all-knowing and all-powerful, and maybe he's not quite. I mean, if he was all-knowing and all-powerful, then it really wouldn't matter. No matter how smart he was, he wouldn't have to delegate anything, because he literally handled every little minuscule detail all at once effortlessly. But if he's anything short of absolutely all-powerful, sure, it would make perfect sense to delegate some responsibility, and but it would also make sense, to have some people in that chain of command to make sure that other people in the chain of command don't twist things all out of proportion and give everybody false expectations.
He's watching you masturbate. Fucking pervert.
I'm not even good at baiting, let alone a master at it. I mean, I have gone fishing, so just saying.
Well, God will show you. He's watching enough people do it. He must be an expert by now on masturbation. Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah, he's had plenty of lessons, huh?
Yeah.
So Dak.
So that's how it's done.
You're doing that wrong, my child. Really? You're not enough lube.
Hey, Dak, I think I'm gonna run over and say hi to Amy.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
I think she's just about to close her channel, so you might want to hurry.
Okay. Yeah, and then I'm probably gonna go to sleep. So anyway, All right. Hopefully see you tomorrow. Oh, by the way, I was yelling at you on the weather report because I thought you were double streaming on me again, and I apologize because you did it 2 days in a row. You took like the people that watch me want to watch you. So we were splitting our viewers, and some viewers were in both places at once. So I said, "Damn, he's doing it again," and you weren't, and I apologize for that.
Oh,
sorry.
Well, that's all right.
Sorry.
I'm really bad with time and dates, and I have tried to pick a a time when it seems like I won't be overlapping with people that I know, or trying to keep people on their stream, but there's still some overlap ending up happening anyway. And but like I said, I will be cutting mine back and doing them less often. And I would like to kind of try to keep them a little shorter as well, so there should be less of that.
Well, just look out on the street. If I'm streaming and you try to stream, there'll be a 2 or 3 dark sedans parked out there. So
dark sedans,
my people, my people. Okay. Anyway, good night. I'll see you later.
All right.
See you, fella.
Okay. Take care.
A roll for dinner. Oh, the pizza. Never mind. Just looking in the chat there, I saw that's how I roll, and I saw OMG. Now I know what I want for dinner, and I thought a roll. Then I looked up a little higher, and I see pineapple pizza.
I haven't got a problem with pineapple on pizza. I know people do. I quite like it.
Yeah, I like diversity. So for me, it's like, I mean, pretty much any pizza topping anybody's ever tried, I wouldn't mind having on a pizza sometime. But I wouldn't want to have the same thing every time, all the time. Just get boring.
It's like salted caramel is another one, and that's delicious. That stuff.
Salted caramel?
Yeah.
On a pizza?
No, not on a pizza.
Okay. I know a pizza place.
On a cake or a sauce.
I don't know if they're still around, but I know a pizza place that would have probably tried something like that if they thought of it. It was, I think it was called Pizza Doctor. That was in, I believe that was in La Crosse, Wisconsin. And they had this thing they would do called exploratory surgery, if I recall correctly, where they would just like try out all kinds of different weird pizza topping combinations, and they'd make these things out, and they'd go out and offer them to the customers, like would anybody like like pineapple peanut butter M&M pizza.
Well, we do a thing in the UK called a pineapple fritter, which is a pineapple ring dipped in batter and fried.
Okay.
They're quite very bad for you, but delicious. Nevertheless.
So it's like so the pineapple like puffs up then when you like deep fry it. Is that something like that?
No, it's
Is it deep fried or like pan fried?
It's deep fried in a batter. The same batter they use that we batter our fish with in our fish and chip shops.
I am curious what that turns out like. Yes, World Advocacy Pizza Doctor. It's a cool place. I like to take you there sometime if I get the chance. Like I said, I'm not sure if they're still around, but yeah, that was a pretty neat place. I don't remember the details of it. If they had like a pizza buffet or how that works. I think it was you could order like a pizza buffet and like all you can eat pizza. Not really sure how that was, but I do remember that exploratory surgery thing. That was pretty cool, because I mean, you'd get pizza toppings that you would never have expected to be a pizza topping, and they could be mixed in with ordinary pizza toppings or mixed in with other pizza toppings you'd never have expected, and some of them were not so good, some of them were quite good, but it was the adventure of it, of not knowing like what is this going to turn out like. And the ones that a lot of people liked, of course they make those again from time to time, because at least then they'd know people are going to like those. But they'd still at least once in a while throw out something brand new that they've never tried before. Yep, exploratory surgery. I'm pretty sure that's what they called it. It was like just exploring pizza combinations. So yeah, like mushrooms and marshmallows, or something like that. I don't recall if they had more than one different kind of sauce. Probably. In fact, it seems to me that they would sometimes use like things for sauce that they normally wouldn't use for sauce in the exploratory surgery thing. So yeah, just all kinds of weird stuff. But yeah, so we're going up on what, roughly 45, 50 minutes here, something like that.
I'm back.
All right, well, welcome back. And yeah, no gods on right now, just unless you read your name in reverse, right?
No, he's playing hide and seek on Amy's channel.
Yeah, it would appear.
I would assume that God is male, as the Bible is a guidebook of misogyny, isn't it? Really?
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't assume any such thing, simply because of the matter of fact that I recognize that if there was a real God out there and people tried to write about him, how they wrote about him would have been tainted by the culture and the language and the available knowledge of the time. So if they wrote that God up as being male, it doesn't mean it necessarily was. As a matter of fact, if they wrote it up as being somewhat human-like, it doesn't mean it necessarily was either. It might have just been maybe the bush is moving when they weren't expected to, or maybe their God was just fire.
I don't know. If the God of the Bible turned up in my local while I was having a drink, I think I'd punch him in the face and keep punching him till he was just a red puddle. I
really think the Old Testament's Bible God, the Old Testament's God, I really think was a volcano God. It was a fire. It was just fire. Just personified fire, and literally like the lava in the volcano, or the burning bush, just anything on fire. And when they sacrificed animals to their god by lighting them on fire, they were literally like putting their god on the animal to like eat the sacrifice.
Well, it was just love me, wasn't it? Love me, I'm all alone up here.
And of course, and of course, whatever was left of the meat when their god was done having his fill, that was blessed meat, because that's what the god touched. So if the cooked meat tasted a little better than the raw meat, or was a little easier to digest, they had their god to thank for that. Something their god was actually able to do.
Yeah. I want pineapple on my goat when you sacrifice it.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, and if you can't do that, I want a child. I want to eat a baby.
See, there's the whole thing. Cain and Abel. They should have learned to collaborate. One of them was trying to cook meat on an open flame, and that turned out good. God blessed that, and it came out to be something nice to eat. When God left his leftovers for them to munch on, and then the other one was trying to cook vegetables on an open flame, and somehow that didn't turn out quite as good.
Well, the Cain and Abel story is another contradictory in the Bible. Morality came with the Ten Commandments. Well, no, it didn't, because when Cain murdered Abel, he tried to hide the body. Why did he try and hide the body if there was no right and wrong before the Ten Commandments? Yeah,
and if it wasn't wrong, why was God upset about it?
Well, morality is inherent. That's just a fact of life. Obviously, not all. The basics of right and wrong.
Yeah.
It's wrong to push your brother in front of a moving bus.
Yeah. Well, we know we sort of seem to innately know, even as a baby, that it's wrong to cause suffering, that, you know, if
Well,
it's wrong to cause someone else to be uncomfortable, and you know, it's better to cause someone to be happy than to cause them to be unhappy. These are things that, you know, that babies can read in people's facial expressions whether they've done a good thing or a bad thing in that person's opinion.
well, there's also a level of parental indoctrination as well. You know, so, you know, don't touch the oven; it's hot. Don't play near the
Well, that
traffic.
comes later.
Don't
I'm
eat
talking
dog
about
poop.
Yeah, that comes later. Of course, I'm actually talking about newborn. You know, a newborn baby has a certain ability to be able to, you know, look at a person's face and figure out, you know, is that person pleased or unpleased, and they have a sense of right or wrong in that regard. And if they think they've made the person unpleased, they're much more likely to start crying about it than smiling about it. And if they think they've made the person happy, they're much more likely to start smiling about it than crying about it, because you know, they have feelings about these things from, you know,
Well,
from before they're even born. It's like it's
I would say the
instinctual.
crying is more of a needy instinct.
Yeah, but it isn't.
You
It
know.
is instinct, though. It is. There's a certain amount of it that's instinct, and then we have, you know, we have intuition, which, you know, part of which starts out as instinctual, but then, you know, as Daniel Dennett puts it, you know, we have intuition pumps. We can learn things that will prime our intuition, and give us intuition that we didn't have instinctually.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is an interesting learning process, no matter how you go about it. And to me, you know, I look at I look at learning as an evolutionary process, because, you know, it's the evolution of one's knowledge and understanding. You know, the accumulation of change in your knowledge and understanding. And if a god knew everything, they would be incapable of increasing their knowledge, because, you know, there's nothing that they don't already know. You know, even like future knowledge. I mean, if they really know everything, they already know all the future knowledge as well. So there just isn't anything for them to learn. So learning would be impossible.
Well, this is similar to what we were talking about last time about religious injury. The effect that would have on your
Yeah,
knowledge and
the
mind.
backstage conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, where as obviously religious injury is, or unless you're abused by a priest, is mainly a mental disorder where, you know, you haven't it. No one embraces atheism unless you're brought up an atheist. You know, you're not brought up in that environment. But people
Well,
who are in
even
that environment, they and move into atheism are generally traumatized by religion,
yeah,
which could last
yeah.
a
When someone's
lifetime.
embracing atheism, it's usually because theism has hurt them. And it's not that they become atheists because theism has hurt them. They become atheists because they stop believing that there's such a thing as a god. But then they embrace the atheism because it helped them escape from the damage that was being done to them by the theism.
Of course.
And you know, of course, somebody who's raised as an atheist, in general, I mean, at least to my knowledge, in general, when someone is raised as an atheist, they're usually pretty much unaware of it.
We,
You know, if you're raised as a theist, you're made very aware of what the theism is, and then the atheism stands out as a result. But if you're being raised as an atheist, not around the theists, it's just kind of a non-thing.
yeah, I've tend to notice that friends of mine who were generally whose families and parents were never churchgoers, and they don't really care whether God exists or not. It just doesn't cross their minds.
Yep. And
Where,
those are, you know, often people that, you know, that religions can manage to suck in and victimize, because they haven't been primed for it. They haven't been prepared in any way. And you know, when somebody introduces an idea to them they've never been introduced to before, and they've got they've got all the gaps filled. They're filled with wrong answers mostly, but nonetheless, they're all filled. That they can answer any question as long as you don't mind, being told, well, don't think about it too much because, you have to take it on faith. Some people fall for that.
Yeah. But fortunately, atheism has grown at a far rapider rate than was expected. I mean, it's I think COVID has helped. All these people dying. Now it's a shame, obviously, but I think people have gone, where's God in all of this? I've sent Ken Copeland $500 of my money. Well, why hasn't he got rid of COVID? Why hasn't he prayed it away yet? He promised he would.
Yeah. Yeah, and the prosperity gospels, of course, when they're telling you, send me all your money so you'll be rich. That's, I mean, I can't help thinking they've got to know they're lying to people. What they're really saying is, send me your money and I'll be richer.
Of course. It's basic
sending them your money is not going to make you rich.
Yeah, your basic grifters, mate. And I think it's disgusting what they get up to and what they are allowed to get away with. How they've got these TV platforms, these shows on television, and these platforms to scam innocent people. It's the same as these faith healers and people who give you homeopathy and aromatherapy and healing crystals and what's that one, Reiki? Where they don't even massage you, they just run their hands within inches of your body and apparently you're healed. And your faith healers, you can walk, son. Your cancer is gone. You don't need to take the meds. And obviously within weeks these people die. Or a few of them be known.
Yeah, well, some of them. What percentage? The thing is, the percentage that die, when they go through the faith healing and don't take the medication or have the surgery they need or whatever, the percentage that die in that condition are about the same as the percentage of people who would have died, if they had done the exact same thing except without the faith healing.
Yeah.
It's a matter of, do they do the things they need to get better? And faith healing isn't really one of those things. But it's kind of like, if you can imagine if someone did the same thing with a lottery, if somebody said, and I mean, they could do that, okay, states, sometimes countries, they sell lottery tickets. People buy lottery tickets. Occasionally someone wins the lottery. Now imagine if you've got a country that, they've got their own lottery. They advertise the lottery on television, and they have people who won the lottery come on TV and tell people, look, I bought a lottery ticket and I won, and look how rich I am now. You could win too. This is basically what the faith healers are doing, that, they're ignoring the number of people who didn't get better, or the number of people who got worse, or, or the same thing with, with the prosperity gospel. Okay, send me your money and you'll get rich. Okay, so what if, the vast majority of people who send that person their money just end up with less money? They can still find the occasional person who can testify and say, yeah, I sent them this money and look how rich I am now. That's really no different than if they, literally had told the people, look, send me your money and I'll buy a lottery ticket on your behalf. You send me $10, I'll buy you a $1 lottery ticket, and if you win, I'll send you the money for your winnings.
Well, this is it. I mean, the odds of winning a lottery is 2 to 1.
Well, it depends on the specific lottery, actually.
It's on any lottery.
I've actually calculated the odds for more than one lottery. The first time I did that was in Michigan. I was in the Lower Peninsula of Michigan at the time. I lived in Upper Michigan, but at the time I was in the Lower Peninsula, and there were some people there that were asking me for a surefire way to win a lottery, and I said, well, if you want me to tell you how to do that, or even if there's a way, you'll have to give me an idea of what lottery you're talking about and how it works. So they told me, Michigan State Lottery, and I asked them about how it works, and they said, well, it's this machine. They, put some balls in the machine, and they roll the thing around, and balls come out at random. They take so many balls out, and if you get all the numbers that are on those balls, then you win, and you get the jackpot. And I guess I think there were smaller jackpots as well, but they wanted a surefire way to win the big jackpot.
No, you're looking at the odds literally. I mean, 2 to 1 odds on any lottery. The odds are you'll either win it or you won't.
Yeah, there's a win or lose, but this is one of the problems, though, is that people take that as literally, like tossing a coin, and it's not. They think, oh, I got a 50% chance of winning. Well, there's two different things that can happen. One is win and one is lose. The win is extremely unlikely, and in that particular lottery, the chances of winning, I forget the exact numbers, but the chances
they're normally millions to 1 odds.
It was a little less than 1 in 4 million. And so I did some math, and I told them exactly how much they should wait until the jackpot gets up to. And I said, once the jackpot gets up to that amount, you'll have enough that you can, and I like I said, I did the math. I said, you'll have enough that you can pay people to go out and buy lottery tickets for you, buy every single possible lottery combination once, buy one of each copy, and you'll have enough that you can pay all those people and still come out ahead if there's a second winner. So if somebody else wins as well, you can split the winnings with them and pay the people that bought the tickets and still come out ahead. And within a year, people were doing that, and states all over the country ended up having to change their rules because of it.
But regardless of what the prize fund is, the odds remain the same.
Not sure what you mean.
Well, if it's 1 million or 100 million, the odds of still winning it would be 4 million to 1.
Oh yeah. Well, that's why, because in that particular lottery, if nobody won at all, they would take the winnings that would have went for that particular time, and they'd pass that on to the next one. So the jackpot got bigger. So that's why I told them, wait until the jackpot is big enough. So when you spend the money, because you're gonna have to spend over $4 million to do this, to buy all those lottery tickets. It was like $1 a lottery ticket. So it's going to cost you literally over $4 million to buy all the lottery tickets and pay people to do the buying on your behalf, which you could do back then. And like I said, they had to change the rules after that. So one of the things they changed is, at least in most states, I don't know if it's all of them now, but at least in most states now, you can't have someone else buy them for you now. You have to buy them yourself. But, that would pay for all the organizing and the sending people out and, having people buy them for you, and the wages for their time and everything. And, that you would still come out ahead, but you had to have a large enough jackpot to be able to pay all that off and still have, buy all the tickets, pay all the workers, everything else, and still have over $4 million left in the jackpot in case there's 2 winners. So if somebody else gets $4 million, you at least broke even.
Well, I'm always going to be optimistic and say if the odds are 2 to 1, you either win it or you don't.
Yeah, well, that's the kind of thing that people think when they buy lottery tickets every day and lose almost every day.
Well, that's why I don't buy them. So I look at winning it. I'm winning every day by not buying them.
There you go. Yeah, that's like when I see commercials, on advertisements or whatever, say stuff like, save such and such amount of money by buying this thing, buy this $5 thing and save 50 cents, or buy this $500 thing and save $20 or whatever. And I'm thinking, yeah, but look how much more money I can save by not buying it.
Yeah. buy one for the price of 2 and get one free.
Yeah. Buy one for the usual price of 2, which is now the price of 1 because we said so.
Get one free.
And get one free. Yeah. And or save 25% of the cost of this item by buying it while it's on sale. It's like, well, okay, But if you don't really want that item, how about, save 100% of the cost of that item by not buying it?
I want to say to Robert in the chat, yes, I think they did run to Amy's channel.
Mm.
They don't like getting schooled. But yeah, theists make me laugh.
Yeah, I think all the theists actually. I think all the theists ran to other theists' channels because echo chamber.
Well,
it's funny because you'd think they would want to actually hear what their God has to say about their God, not what other theists have to say about their God. And here on this channel, they've got the opportunity to do that because unlike the theists out there who are, speaking on behalf of their God and maybe even pissing their God off because they're saying stuff about their God that, might not be true and maybe their God don't like, I'm actually inviting their gods to come on my channel and, speak for themselves.
Well, this is it. But how do they know their God won't like what they're saying? They don't know.
Well, they don't. They don't know that he will like it or won't like it. And they seem to just keep assuming that their God likes everything that, that's being said about him. And, I don't think their God is real, but, imagine their surprise if their God does turn out to be real. And when they get to the afterlife, their God says, you believed all kinds of lies about me, and I know it, and I'm not happy with you.
Well, we're all sinners from birth, according to what they say.
Yeah.
Sorry, from conception now. That's moved on, hasn't it?
Actually, it's from preconception because we're all sinners from our ancestry, according to the Bible. That we're all sinners from like 6,000 years ago.
Well, yeah.
But back when human life was first made from dust.
I'm on about these. I'm on about these pro-life Christians that are trying to get the death penalty brought in for abortionists.
Oh, yeah.
In a lot of the states.
Pro-life, as long as it hasn't been born yet.
Well, this is it, and the Bible says, it's first breath, isn't it? It's a breath of God that when life begins. So it's when you're born, basically, and taking that first breath.
Good point. I don't know if I've ever actually thought about it that way before. That when they're talking about pro-life, if you go by the Bible's definition, until they've breathed, they're not alive, which means you're not really, killing the fetus by the Bible's definition. The Bible does talk about, ripping open pregnant women and dashing their babies against the stones, but that would be killing them because then you've taken them out, so they're in the air, so they get a chance to breathe. By the Bible's definition of how life works, killing them while they're still in the womb wouldn't really be killing them because they wouldn't be breathing yet.
Well, obviously, ova and a sperm is a living cell. So, by their logic, these pro-life logic people, you're basically saying, if you're a Christian having sex just to procreate, all them times that you're not going to get pregnant, have you committed genocide? Because the average ejaculation is 80 million sperm.
Is that all it is? I thought it was a lot more than that.
I think it's 80 million.
I thought it was in the billions. I'm not really sure.
No, I think it's 80 million, but you can Google it. Anyway. You've got Google there.
Yeah.
But 80 million, that's the UK.
Many sperm in the average. Let's see if the autocomplete. Yeah, the autocomplete already has it there. 39 to 928 million, according to the first result that came up. So yeah,
I was in the mix there.
How accurate that is? I did something. I think it was yesterday on my live stream yesterday where I looked something up on Google having to do with mountain peaks, and it was looking up the peak of Mount Everest, the highest peak of Mount Everest, I think, and the numbers they gave for the number of feet and the number of meters of that altitude on the first thing where it was listed under Google had been reversed. So the number of feet was the number of meters, and the number of meters was the number of feet.
No, it's about 65,000 feet, isn't it, or something
It was,
like that?
what was it?
70,000.
It was more than that. 98,000 feet or something like that. I think, but I'm not sure anymore. No. But but yeah,
it's tall.
The number of meters. The thing that stood out the most was the number of meters was more than the number of feet. Which I'm going, that can't be right.
So this is what you never trust Google for anything, really. You take a lot of it with a pinch of salt.
Yeah, and that's why I only mention that because if somebody's watching this and they hear that I wouldn't want them thinking because I looked it up on Google that therefore it is a fact that that average sperm per ejaculation is like 39 to 928 million, because that's just what Google said in a quick Google search. That doesn't mean it's necessarily true. It's a starting point, toward getting toward truth. If a person really wants to know for sure about something like that, or at least a little more sure, they might, depending on what they need the numbers for. But I mean, if they really want to make sure they've got their numbers right, it might be good to check the sources and find out, what studies were done and how the studies were done, and what makes those studies trustworthy, and even then, not decide this is a fact, because here's the things that they use to find it, but rather, this is a reasonably reliable source of information.
Well, I said 80 million, which is basically the population of the UK.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, and that's within the range. I mean, the range is a rather huge range, the one that's being shown on that Google search. So a lot of things will fall in that range, but yeah, that's a reasonable estimate, based on that range as well. Although the upper end of that, now, like I said, I was thinking it was in the billions. The upper end of that gets very close to 1 billion, but it isn't actually in the billions. So, might be billions in some and only millions in others. That's probably the case, but I don't know. Yeah. Now, Dark Matter 2525, he has more than one video where he has a character called Holy Ghost Money Shot, which is that's the one sperm that made Jesus, apparently.
My dad said that I would have been shot into space if he hadn't been drunk.
Okay. Well, it's better that way than on the ground, because you know what God does to people who do spill it on the ground. I mean, according to the Bible, anyway, that's a death sentence.
Or you could have been swallowed if you're lucky enough.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that's literally what the Bible says. That that's better, in the belly of a whore than to be spilled on the ground, because God will kill you if you spill it on the ground. I mean, it's just sad in so many ways.
Well, I can imagine what it was like back then. I mean, there must have been hair everywhere and the smell. I don't think Bronze Age people were the cleanest in the world. I know Jesus liked to wash them feet. He loved his feet.
Maybe that was the idea. Maybe God didn't want to accidentally step on it sometime. When he's walking around in town, it's like, hey, dust on my feet. That's okay, but don't get your splooge on my feet.
Yeah, I thought oral sex was a big deal back then.
Don't know.
I don't know. They invented clothes pegs.
Probably was to the people having it.
Well, we
Just saying.
were talking about this. Well, I don't know if I was talking about it to you. I know that one of the old popes invented a thing called whore jousting.
Oh, not familiar. I don't think.
I'm trying to think which pope it was. I've gone through all the popes, all the way from like Pope Boniface VIII, who had his own level of hell in Dante's Inferno. Which pope was it? Well, basically, what it was, they get whores, and they'd have these banquets, and they get whores, and they have them stand there naked, and then they'd throw food on the floor for them to bend over and pick up, and then the men would just have their way.
Oh.
That was called whore jousting. That was invented by one of the popes.
You'd think somewhere along the way they'd just go, you know what? No, I'm not hungry.
Well, anything for food, I suppose. Maybe they starve them, but it just, especially Catholicism, just goes to show how
really sad when you think about it. That they must have been making, leaving them that hungry that that they really felt they needed to
That's what drives Catholicism, even modern day Catholicism, is war, poverty, humiliation, embarrassment, all of that. So they can get in there and make it better and throw their dogma about, which is that's what Catholicism's all about, and they embrace these tragedies that befall people. Sadly,
Robert X as a sheep seems much safer. He in the live chat. He also commented. Yeah. He says, "I must be Dark Matter 2525's brother because I love him so much." Actually, I don't know Dark Matter 2525. I mean, I've had very little opportunity to converse with him at all, so I can't really say I know him personally. And no, as far as I know, we're not related. But I do very much like his work. I admire the work that he does. He's quite talented, and I think he really cares about making the world a better place too, which I admire that also.
Donald, are you going to get into cartooning?
I don't know. I've actually done a bit of cartooning, most of it very, very long ago. But I mean, I've had so many things that I've done over the years. I generally, most of the things that I've done, if I ever went to do them again, I would probably feel like I am not going to do any good at this because I don't know what I'm doing. That generally tends to be the case, when I go to do something again that I haven't done in decades or years. And I tend to do much better than I give myself credit for, than I think I'm going to. So I don't know. I mean, I've thought about it, that maybe, sometime I might try to get the software to do, get into the cartooning stuff and do that on YouTube. But there's just so many other things I want to do. My life, however long it lasts, I'm quite certain is going to end in a whole lot of unfinished projects and very few finished ones, very few of anything that I've actually gotten to a point that I consider it complete, because the vast majority of the things I do are just trying to help humanity get a start on something that I know I'm never going to live long enough to finish.
Well, a Christian will say you're going to regret that when you face judgment.
Yeah, well, they might think that, but then again, the way I look at it, my life will have been a lot less wasted than theirs.
Oh, right.
Even if there is an afterlife, even if they're right about what's coming afterward, my life will have been a lot less wasted than theirs, because I used my life on stuff that I knew of, that I was reasonably sure of, stuff that could actually be productive and help millions of people in a world that actually needs the help, as opposed to stuff that is all for a world where nobody does need help, or a world where nobody can get help. Namely, their idea of heaven or their idea of hell, respectively, as they've described them to me.
Well,
doesn't do any good to do something for people for whom it's not going to do any good. I'm doing stuff for people that it can actually help.
well, yeah. If there is afterlife, I really don't want to spend eternity with people I don't even want to spend 5 seconds with. Never mind eternity.
Yeah, there's that. I know there's a lot of atheists who really think, if it does turn out God's real, that, even if he's going to be burning them in hell forever, he's going to be doing them a favor by not having them, stuck with all the people that are going to be in heaven.
Well, there's only a certain amount of torture you can, if it's eternity.
Yeah.
There's only a certain amount of torture.
Exactly what you mean. You're right. I've been tortured before. It isn't torture for very long.
Exactly.
It gets to the point where they have to stop torturing you, unless they want to start, leaving marks or taking off body parts and, leaving evidence that they've tortured you. They have to stop torturing you. And even then, even if they had to start, mutilating you and leaving evidence that they've tortured you, it's still going to come to a point where, it's not going to be torture anymore, and they're going to have to stop and give you time to recover, or they're just wasting their time.
Yeah, yawn.
So
I think hell would be a lot more fun.
Yeah, torturing me was not nice for me at all, but a complete waste of their time. Didn't do them any good. And if God wants to torture me for all of eternity, and I gotta wonder, what is that all about? I mean, okay, supposedly, we're given this image like people get into heaven, they're there forever. People get into hell, they're there forever. Maybe that's not the whole story. Maybe the idea is you go to hell and you get tortured until you repent, and then you go to heaven until you screw up. Maybe you go to heaven, you stay there until you screw up, and then you go to hell and get tortured until you repent. And maybe it's a back and forth thing where, God's just, constantly throwing people from heaven into hell to be tortured until they, until they straighten up and do the stuff that God wants them to do. And who knows what kind of stuff he might be demanding that they do, that would require such terrible torture as a way of trying to get them to do it.
Well, I think being in heaven with Ken Hovind or Ken Ham and
that's probably
Robert Tilton and stuff like that is hell in itself, to be fair. So
that's probably it right there. Yeah, that's probably the thing that's so terrible that people would rather spend time in hell than have to keep putting up with that.
Yeah,
it's like, which torture do you want? Do you want to be burned alive, have your skin grow back and have it burned off again, or do you want to be stuck with these?
Or do you want to see a? Or do you want to see
incarnations of Dunning-Kruger effect?
Yeah. Do you want to see a stupid Hawaiian shirt spout bullshit, or do you want your testicles cut off?
Shirt?
Testicles, please. Yeah, not yours. Yours isn't that stupid. Not like Kent Ovens.
Well, I have different kinds of them. Some of them are probably more stupid than others, but I don't want to insult the artists that made them, though. So, But, assuming they were made by artists, some of them might not have been.
Yeah, but you've got matching hair, mate.
Yeah, well, I try.
And the bullshit that Ken Hovind spits out daily, he should be wearing brown Hawaiian shirts, as far as I'm concerned. That would probably match his look. Brown for bullshit. But you're color coordinated, mate. Where I'm not. I'm never. I'm a terrible dresser.
Well, your avatar is color coordinated. Gold trim on the hat and the tunic or whatever that is.
No, absolutely, yeah. I'm in.
It all kind of matches the wooden floor.
I'm in the middle of trying to make him talk at the moment, or his mouth move.
Trying
to put a bit of animation on
animated avatar.
Yeah, just so I can get my channel up and running, and an intro sort of thing. I'm having great difficulty though. Well, basically, because I'm only doing it. It takes me ages with tech anyway.
Yeah.
To
Well, it's a question of how you want to go about it too, and how realistic you want it to be. I mean, do you want to build a 3D model to try to look like the image that you're starting with, and animate the 3D model, or do you want to do something like like on Pelagia's channel, where you've got a static 2D cartoon, and you just kind of move the bottom jaw up and down or something.
Yeah, no, it's just going to be a short intro, and then you wouldn't see you won't see that image again. I'm hoping to live stream in the end.
Once you go through the trouble of making the animation for the intro, if you do that with like a 3D model or something like that, then if you do it with like cartooning, then what's done is done. I mean, you could, depending what software you used, you might be able to reuse some of the cartooning stuff. If you do it with 3D modeling, cartoon or fully rendered or whatever, you might be able to bring that into some program that could then take that same 3D model and render it like Top Dog's icon or avatar does. The talking was it Wolf, I think. So maybe.
Yeah,
Top Dog static.
The software though, it's a hell of an outlay. Just something that it may fail.
Mm.
It could happen. Because I've had a stroke, my voice at the moment is very monotonous and drony.
Doesn't sound that way to me.
Yeah, I haven't got the range I normally have.
Okay, well, and that's probably it. It's what you're used to, what you're comparing it with. I mean, if it's more monotonous and drony than you're used to, but less so than some other people normally are,
well, I've heard myself on streams when I've listened back, and it's not how I used to sound. I'm very nasally, and I'm monotonous because I'm having to think the way of how I speak.
Well, keep in mind also,
because my mouth is numb.
Keep in mind also, and I'm no expert on this by any means, but just something to think about, that if there is a stroke affecting your your physical movements, things that would affect your speech and things like that, it might also have some effect on your perception of your speech. And to what extent I don't know, or in what ways. I'm just saying it's something to be considered.
I've come along in leaps and bounds. I can walk now. I swing. Cool. My left leg, my arm I can sort of move by muscle memory. I'm getting tingling feels and feeling it, but my dingling is numb completely, to the point where I didn't even know I was fiddling with it constantly.
Oh.
And a friend of mine soon wiped that, got that, drummed that out of me, because the wife was saying you'd always feel you're like a child fiddling with your your dick all the time. I said, I don't even know I'm doing it. And a friend of mine just said, I bet that feels like you're touching someone else's dick, doesn't it? Nice. And I stopped instantly. I just stopped instantly. And I thought,
that got you to quit, huh?
That's enough of that.
That's cool.
But yeah.
Harry's back. Hi, Harry.
Harry.
Yeah, Harry P. Ness, praise God. In the live chat, he says, "Fun day to be praising God." Well, if God would show up, maybe we could do that. I don't know. Depends on whether or not he shows up and does something praiseworthy. If he shows up and does something cringeworthy, well, that'd be different. But
would you, if God turned up in the chat, would you be convinced it was him?
Well, I don't know. But I would think that, if it was an impressive enough God, for me to call it a God, if I knew what it was, then it would probably know how to convince me.
Well, of course. And it certainly wouldn't be his side chat.
Yeah, well, it might be. Maybe waiting for a link. I'll post the link. If Harry's God wants to come in, he can have the link to do that, or if Harry wants to come in, he can do that, or maybe Robert X wants to come in, or
Yeah,
um,
Robert.
Mobarek Abu Sharifa. Hi, Mobarek Abu Sharifa. Um, says, I see dog on, but did God show up? Um, well, we had a Buddhist on earlier who, of course, Buddhism, teaches that we're all everything. So, according to his particular version of Buddhism, he's God. So there's that. And I won't contest that, but I won't personally call that God, but I'll acknowledge that
Uh,
it's a valid definition some people use. Um, oh, and
yeah,
Robert says he's at work, so he can't come in.
I, I,
That's okay,
I,
Robert.
I
Thanks,
don't
though.
even count Buddhism as a religion, really. I know it is, but
Well,
it sort of doesn't come on my radar as
yeah,
far as
some
my atheism
variations of
does.
it. I would say some variations of Buddhism count as a religion, and some don't, and that depends on how you define religion. There are also, there are variations of Buddhism that are totally atheistic, that don't include any God concept at all. There are those that include the God concept of, like I said, of we're all gods, and there are those that include a God concept of, that there's a pantheon of gods, and there are those that include a God concept of there's a monotheistic uh, God. So, yeah, Buddhism is pretty varied.
Well, this is it. It doesn't really fall in my radar of my atheism, to be honest.
Yeah, I think what it comes down to is really that Buddhism. Well, I mean, at its core, and I could be mistaken, but my understanding is that Buddhism is the teachings attributed to someone referred to as the Buddha. And whether or not all those teachings came from one person, I don't know. But basically, it's at its core, it's the teachings of what is attributed to that particular person, and that is not considered to be a deity, at least by most Buddhists, just a person, but a rather impressive person. So,
mhm.
again, by some people's definition, that could be considered a god. And of course, if you consider everyone a god, then that would be a god because it's part of everyone. But but I think, though, as far as whether or not that is a religion, it's kind of like, is humanism a religion? Because humanism isn't really, humanism. I can't think of any way anybody would really call humanism a religion, but you can be a humanist and also be a Buddhist. You can be a humanist and also be a Catholic. You can be a humanist and also be an atheist. You can be a humanist and also be a Presbyterian. So, you know, if someone puts their humanism before their religion, but they do have a religion, you could call them, or even if they're just, even if the religion is first, but the humanism is in there, you could call them a religious humanist. And if they put the humanism before their religion, you could say that, in a sense, humanism is their religion, and that this other, thing is just like which sect of humanism it is. I don't even know how that would work.
Well, to
pushing
be
the
honest,
pushing the descriptions.
religion has an element of supernatural, where I know humans exist, so I wouldn't
Yeah.
put humanism as a religion. I'd probably put it as a belief in humans. Pushing
I
that.
think humanism isn't even so much a belief or a belief system, as more of a like a system of guidance or a system of
Yeah,
morals.
it's an acceptance.
Just like it's
of
good to do
behavior.
things that are good for humanity, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And and in a broader sense, I mean, a lot of people use the term humanism for something that isn't so much really about humanity, but about life in general, and they just consider humanity to be a part of that, and they want to do what's best for life, but they don't have a label for that, so they call that humanism. So, like I said, the terms get stretched.
Whereas the religions would pray for humans. And pray for us, pray for our atheism, which obviously they must realise that it doesn't work by now, because us heathens are still heathens.
Yeah, well, prayer works, but not prayer to things that don't exist. I mean, for example, prayer is just asking of something. I mean, if I desperately needed money, I could ask you for money. I probably wouldn't get it, but I could ask. And I could ask somebody else, and I probably wouldn't get it, but I could ask. And if I kept asking, eventually I might get it. So prayer does work. The question of how well it works, but it doesn't work when you're praying to something that isn't real. It might appear to work because once in a while you get what you asked for, just like, prayer to things that actually do exist. But if the odds are the same as if you were praying to something non-existent, then you're probably praying to something non-existent.
Well, you've hit the nail on the head. That prayer is a type of begging.
Yeah. No, that is, the standard definition, taken more broadly in its usage. I know, like, when I grew up in a Christian household, Christian family, I was taught that praying was just talking to God. Now, that's not what the word pray means, like historically or in general usage. But if somebody says pray and that's what they mean by it, I can understand that's their definition. But I think that's one of the big reasons why I didn't end up being a theist, is because, if it was all about asking God for things, if I was praying was only like if I wanted something, I asked God for it, and if I get something, I give God the credit for it, then I might have fell for that rouge. But when it's just talking to God, then that allows things like inviting God, rather than saying like, God, please come over and visit me so I can know you're real. That allows things like inviting God and saying, God, I invite you to come over and let me get to know you. Since I've been told that you want me to get to know you. And then when God doesn't show up, then it's like, well, okay, I didn't ask for it. I invited God. God didn't show up. Maybe I should ask. So then I try asking, and it still doesn't show up. It's like, well, but the Bible says if you asking, you shall receive.
But that is begging, isn't it? It's when I was in my Catholic school, we had to say a prayer before class and at the end of class. That's every class. But that's more of a ritualistic prayer. Whereas the people who, please look after Tommy, I know he's not well. That's basic begging, which as far as I was saying, it doesn't work. But I do know there were studies in America, of all places, that where they had people who were ill in hospital.
Have you ever wondered what would happen if you actually sat down and talked with?
Sorry.
And they told 10 people, "We're going to get better," and they told the other 10 that there's people praying for them, and the people that knew that someone was praying for them got better. The people who didn't know that they were getting prayed for didn't. Which is, well, I don't know. Is that just is that your own mind? Would they say the mind does heal to an extent?
I don't know of any studies that have turned out that way, any scientifically done studies anyway. But I do know of one study, I believe it was cancer patients, where they actually found that the people who did not know they were being prayed for were more likely to get better than the ones who did know they were being prayed for.
It was probably it was something like that. I mean, one or the other. It's something to do with praying anyway. One group got better, or one group didn't get better.
It seems to me there were also studies that found that people who were prayed for were less likely to get better than people who weren't prayed for. But there again, the people knew they were being prayed for. So I think that's the same factor, that knowing you're being prayed for reduces the chances of you getting better. And that I personally think, and I could be wrong because, it's just my conjecture, but I think that if there's any correlation, any, real tie there, that it's probably the fact that, if the person thinks that they're going to be healed, then they've got no need to fight to get better. They've got no need to try to get better because they think someone else is going to take care of it. They're not going to do the work themselves.
or resentment. We could resent the fact that people are praying for him. And resentment obviously doesn't heal.
Mm.
But we know science does. Faith doesn't heal. I mean, all this nonsense about, the faith. I have faith. So what? I have faith my car's going to start. What's the difference between you and that God exists when we know he doesn't? Because he hasn't even bothered coming into the live chat at all or clicking the link.
Oh, Darth Darwin's. What is this? Darth Darwin's disc something? I've got another person in the background wanting to get in, so I guess I'm going to let them in and see who they are and what they want to say. Yeah. Hello, welcome to the conversation.
Hey.
Can't quite see your whole name on there. What name you're using? It says Darth Darwin's disc or disc something.
It's supposed to be Darth Dawkins' disciple.
Oh, it got typed wrong. Okay.
Yeah, I apologize.
No, that's all right. It's just a name, you know. Yeah, I know online people do a lot of playing with names. So did you have something specific you came to talk about, or you just wanted to say hi, or what's up?
No, yes, I wanted to bring up something specific. We were mentioning prayer, and I think there's a misconception amongst the atheist community that there's only one type of prayer, and that's the
you'd be wrong.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I said there's different types of prayer too.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, first off,
wait a second.
If you would let me, first off, I just want to clarify that there are atheist communities. For example, there's the Atheist Community of Austin, which is an organization that has organized an atheist community, but there isn't really a atheist community. Atheism isn't a religion. It doesn't have its own church. It doesn't have like a body of beliefs or anything like that. So I mean, atheists are free to believe what they find to be believable. They don't have any set of beliefs that they're required. The only thing that makes a person an atheist is not being a theist.
No, I absolutely understand that. What I was trying to get at was the majority of criticism I hear in relative to prayer is intercessory prayer. I don't know if you ever heard that term. The term.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm familiar.
So the
prayer that intercedes.
Yes, the personal God interceding. Yes, and so this is often the type of prayer that is criticized amongst atheists. I think there is a type of prayer in Christianity that is akin to which you might call meditation in Eastern philosophy of Buddhism and so forth.
Ritual
that's
prayer.
sort of what I was alluding to earlier, that there are different kinds of prayer. There are different things that people call prayer, and etymologically and historically, prayer literally just meant request, and so intercessory prayer would have been it. But it has expanded from there. Religions have built on that idea, and the word does get used for other things, and that's why we end up with phrases like intercessory prayer to clarify.
Well, intercessory prayer is ritual prayer, which I mentioned.
I agree with that, but since he brought up etymology, etymology deals with originating the origin of words. Prayer, original prayer within the theology is contemplative prayer. I don't know if you're familiar with contemplative prayer, but
contemplative? You mean contemplative?
Or contemplative or contemplative? Yeah, I mean, maybe we pronounce it differently, but yes, that's what I'm referring to, and that's more of something more akin to what in Eastern philosophy is practiced as meditation. It's referred to in Christianity as quietism or hesychasm. There
Well,
is this type of prayer within Christian theology.
Yeah,
yeah. Well, but if you
ritualistic though.
if you want to really talk about the etymology, the word pray, which is where prayer comes from, prayer is a form of the English word pray. The English word pray actually originally meant to beg or to ask in earnest. It's the same thing that now they refer to as soliciting. When they put a sign up on a door that says no soliciting, in the original sense of the word pray, that literally means no praying.
Well, I mean, contemplative prayer is regarded as silence. Complete silence. Like only in I'm pretty sure you said
Yeah, I
you've
understand.
heard the scripture that that says, "Be still and know that I am God." That referred to the type of contemplative prayer, to be still, to be quiet, to quiet the volition, to quiet your mind, to quiet the very act of will itself.
Yeah, and there's also a part where the Jesus character in the Bible, tells people to, not like pray loudly in the streets or something like that. It's that. So there's a reference there also to, like, don't like show off to everybody that you're talking to God. Just kind of keep it to yourself, which would be along those same lines. But in that particular case, also, he wasn't really distinguishing between, like, talk to God like a friend, quietly, or ask God for the things you want quietly.
Yeah.
I think the implication was still, ask God for the things you want quietly. Like, for example, when Jesus himself prayed to God, he prayed that, at this cup should pass from him. In other words, that he wouldn't have to, undergo the, ritual sacrifice of dying for other people's, for the sins of people that had been dead for a very long time. And so he was asking God for something. He did add in the "not my will but thine be done," but at the same time he was expressing his will and saying, "This is not my will," which also, that sort of says something about, are Jesus and the Father God one and the same? The answer is no, because if they were, they would have the same will. And he was literally saying, "This is not my will," but and he's hoping it's not the Father's will, but he's saying, if it is the Father's will, then go ahead and do it. If the Father doesn't care, he'd like to get, have that not happen.
No, I agree. I've heard some interpretations, though, that theologians that say that Jesus, with his close disciples, that he was, in his rhetoric and his language, referring to himself as God. But when he had to deal with the public, he got into charges of blasphemy. I don't know if you've read
Yeah,
John.
well, I mean, if they're saying anything like that, I don't know where they're getting it from, because it isn't in the Bible. I mean, maybe in the Apocrypha, stuff that was taken out of the Bible, or who knows. I mean, maybe they're conjecturing.
It's in John 10.
Well, there is the "if you've seen me, you've seen the Father," but I mean, that doesn't mean he's one and the same with with the Father. That could be the same as, like, an identical twin saying, "Well, if you've seen me, you've seen my twin sister. We look just like each other."
Are you familiar with John?
And it could
10?
it could also be a reference to, we act like each other or something like that. Which one?
John 10, chapter 30.
I'm not good with which chapter and verse things are in. I'm much better with the contexts.
Okay, it says, "I and the Father am one." It's quoting Christ. And
Okay, well, I mean, I and my mother are one, in a sense. I have some of her DNA, and my mother considers me a part of her, in the sense that, I grew up in her womb. Considering that, that Yahweh tried to get Abram pregnant and have a baby from Abram's bowels, maybe 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 there is some little confusion about the Father and the Son being one in the same sense. I don't know, but I mean, again, what is meant by it is questionable. There are plenty of things in the Bible where it makes it very clear that Jesus and Yahweh are not the same person, that Jesus and who Jesus refers to as the Father are not the same person. There's actually nothing in the Bible that clarifies that Jesus is mentioned in the Old Testament in any way, shape, or form, and nothing in the Bible that clarifies that Yahweh is mentioned by Jesus ever, because Jesus doesn't mention Yahweh, he just says the Father.
Messiah is mentioned in Daniel, the book of Daniel, and obviously Jesus claimed he was a Messiah.
Yeah, and so if you take his word for it that he was the Messiah, and if you assume there can only be one Messiah, then there's that mention. And
even back in them days, it was largely disagreed that he was not the Messiah. That's why he was tried by the Sanhedrin,
and that's why I said if
crucified for blasphemy, heresy, treason, other things. Certainly not for our sins. Can I ask Darth a question? Darth, what's your interpretation or depiction of a personal God, and how does that differ from the God that we all know?
The personal God, I think, is akin to what I would call something that Einstein recognized as what he called the personal God. He rejected the God that intervenes in people's lives, the God of personal prayer, where you one fictitious entity, the ego, is praying to another fictitious entity, the imagined God, which atheists often parody as the sky wizard or the imaginary friend, so on and so forth. That's that Einstein felt that was the naive and childish interpretation of God, and that's
Albert Einstein also made it very clear that he actually did not believe any God at all existed. When he referred to God doing things, he was basically talking about physics or nature doing things, not anything that most people would have called a God. He used the word, but he did clarify more than once that that when he talked about God, he had no actual God belief.
He talked about the Spinozan God, and when I speak to most atheists, they never even read Spinoza.
Spinoza's God, meaning that the same kind
classical
of
theology.
The same kind of a reference, the reference using the word God not to actually mean a God, but to mean that which is kind of unknown and beyond us and out there controlling things.
I disagree. I think that this type of notion is basic to classical theology. It's what Darth Dawkins argues.
It is tied in. I mean, but that's incidental. I mean, yeah, you're right. Classical theology does have that notion, but
it's basic classical theology. Like, to ignore this is to expose your own ignorance of basic classical theology
without the actual personal God. That's what a theos is.
I disagree. I disagree.
A theos is a personal God. If it doesn't have the personal God, it's not a theos, and therefore it's not theology.
You think God? I disagree.
Guess technically it would be deology. I've never heard anybody say that.
I disagree with that. William Lane Craig, for instance, brought up in his debate with Christopher Hitchens, and he said Christopher Hitchens tried to say it's hard to get from theism to deism. And I think William Lane Craig rightly pointed out that's a confusion in terms, that to separate deism for theism.
William Lane Craig is about as impressive as a rock.
I mean, you could say that, but I mean, the argument
stating it as a fact, an arbitrary piece of gravel, just some random rock. That's about how impressive I find William Lane Craig.
Don't get me
wrong, that's still more impressive than some other things on the planet.
I will remind you that Aaron Ross says that atheists are rocks. So or rocks are atheists.
Right,
Well,
yeah,
you know.
yeah, not atheists are rocks. Rocks are atheists, and I would agree with him, as long as you don't define atheism as a type of person. When you define, or not atheism, but atheist, as long as you don't define atheist as a category of person. If you say it's a person that doesn't believe in God, then rocks don't qualify unless they have personalities. You know, because to be a person, you have to have a personality. However, cats and dogs would still qualify as atheists, even then, because they have personalities. Therefore, they qualify as people.
well, babies haven't got the ability to believe in God.
Yeah, but they have personalities, so therefore they are atheists
Adults have the
by either
ability
definition.
not to believe in God.
Yeah,
Well,
Well,
secular
it's not an
adults.
ability not to, it's an ability to disbelieve. And that's a separate thing, because you don't need an ability to not believe in God. You can be completely brain dead and not believe in God.
Well, yeah,
I,
but
I
know,
disagree.
you know what I
but
mean.
if you're brain dead,
You know
but
what
if
I
you're
mean,
brain dead,
Carl.
you also can't disbelieve in God.
There you go,
Matt,
bringing brain dead people into the
Matt,
argument.
Matt Dillahunty often
Well,
quotes
he
Bill.
brought up William Lane Craig, so I mean, it's only fair.
What? Oh no, Matt Dillahunty often quotes
That was only
William.
humor, by the way.
Matt
Not accusing William Lane Craig of anything. It's just humor.
I was just going to
Anyway,
say
go
real
ahead.
quickly. Matt Dillahunty often quotes Bill Hicks, the comedian, and he says, "You're not a person until you're in my phone book." You know, that's the way he often defines it. I don't know if you heard him say that.
Yeah,
I
and
I
that's
like
what I was
Matt,
saying
but he's
earlier
a bit
about
of a bully. I
different
think.
word usages. You know, that I mean, you know, I mean, in order to be able to have conversations about things, we have to come to some agreements about, you know, what words are and how we use them. And I've been working on, you know, improving that stuff, trying to make, you know, better languages for humanity where things are a little less vague and wishy-washy. But, you know, that's one of those projects that's, you know, gonna probably never be finished within my lifetime. And you know, maybe someday, long after I'm gone, somebody will, you know, pick up bits and pieces of it and make something out of it better than I ever could. But hopefully within my lifetime, I'll be able to formally publish. I mean, I've published some of it, but not what I would call formal publishing. I've published bits of it out on the internet and stuff, and most of that ends up eventually not there anymore. So, you know, hopefully someday I'll be able to get it published in a way that will last longer.
You mean like published, like you've published material, like literature towards atheism,
No, linguistics.
linguistics?
You know,
Oh,
trying to
okay.
improve the human communication condition. You know, to so to speak, you know, if God was real, to undo the whole Tower of Babel thing, in a manner of speaking.
Oh,
To, you know,
I
to put things to where they would have been if the time before the Tower of Babel actually existed.
I find that real interesting because I'm very interested in linguistics. I don't know how much you hate or dislike or like Steve McRae, but you know, linguistics
Name's
concerning.
familiar. I'm not placing
Well,
who it belongs to.
I used to have some great chats in DM with Steve, and then I went off him, but now I've warmed up to him again, Steve. So we
Well,
talk.
but
Great.
the quick point I was going to make was that I think there is it can boil down to semantics with the atheism and theism, and there is ways to interpret God that isn't so childish as this, you know, straw man, this sky daddy God.
Well, it depends on which
Well-
God you're interpreting, but I would agree. Yes, there are God definitions that are more childish than others, and really, to me, probably the most childish God attribute anybody can give a God is to say that God is omnipotent, that it's all powerful, because an all powerful, and I'm not talking about, you know, maximally powerful God. That's a little more sophisticated, not by much, but a little bit more. But an all-powerful God, an omnipotent God, would by necessity also be omniscient. It would have to be, because if, you know, if there was anything that it didn't know, then that would be something that it was unable to know, and therefore knowing that thing is something it would be unable to do. So it wouldn't really be all powerful. But worse yet, it would also have to be omnipresent, because, you know, otherwise being in any one place at any one time would be something it couldn't do if it was somewhere else. It would have to be able to be everywhere all at once, or it's not omnipotent. But it would also have to be able to not be somewhere at the same time as being everywhere, which means an omnipotent God would literally have to be able to do contradictory things at the same time. It would have to be able to both do something and not do it at once. It would have to be able to do a particular thing and do the opposite at the same time, like walk east while walking west. It's just a nonsensical thing. And the reason why I say that's childish is because that's kind of like the thing of like, well, my God's more powerful than your God. No, it isn't, because my God is like.
Well, that's where semantics come in.
My God is so powerful that no matter how powerful your God is, mine has to be more powerful. Well, that's what omnipotence is.
Well, when you introduce a word like semantics, there's going to be a level of pettiness in the argument all day long. And FYI, there's no east or west on the flat Earth.
Yeah, and I would also point out.
Well, it's a circle.
Was he only north and south?
Yeah, I wanted to point out circle. The east and west is a circle on the flat Earth. Well, it depends on your flat Earth map. It might be a square.
Yeah, east and west is when you walk like a crab.
When you're throwing all these attributes on, these divine attributes, you were still in a way.
I wouldn't call it divine, but okay, go ahead.
or I mean, however you want to phrase it, like you were saying, like it can't be this, it can't be that, whether you call it divine or not, you were making these criticisms, and I would say there is still couched towards this sky daddy notion of God, like
no, that was just about the idea of omnipotence in and of itself.
That's what I'm saying.
Even if it's, I'm not talking about the sky daddy thing. You could have an omnipotent rock and it would have the same problems. It doesn't have to be a sky daddy.
By sky daddy, I necessarily mean an object, like a finite object. Whether you call it a rock,
you could have an omnipotent non-object, and it would have the same problems. Omnipotence is self-contradictory. That's what I'm getting at. Still. And but more to the point, like I said, you were talking about some ideas of God being more childish than others. That's what I was saying about omnipotence, is that it is a very childish idea.
Okay,
because
fine.
It's kind of like a person hasn't matured enough to be able to realize that they're not really winning an argument by saying, no, my God is more powerful because my God is infinitely powerful.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. You're still,
no, but that's what omnipotence says. That's what
omnipotence is. Let me put it a different way.
So
it's almost like you're putting in X. I can say the variable X. Whether you call it a rock, it doesn't matter what you call it. That variable could mean anything. What I'm saying is that you're necessarily separating it from yourself. You're applying it to something. You're applying it to something. That's the point.
That's what attributes do. That's what an attribute is. It's something that's applied to something.
Yes, and so when you apply it to something else, you make that as the source of where it's coming from. I don't think that's the way it's thought of within religion.
If you're talking about that, like God is an exception, like that omnipotence
not
would work differently on a God. Well, just to clarify, because there are people who do this. They say, well, omnipotence wouldn't work the same on God as it would work on anything else, or they make similar such arguments about it would be different if it's God. I mean, like, for example, to say that if anybody did this particular thing, it would be evil unless it's God doing it. Just to clarify, that kind of argument is a logical fallacy. It's called special pleading. So
okay, well, that's not what I'm doing.
Okay, just putting that out there in advance so you don't accidentally go there.
No, I've heard it. I've heard those arguments, and I think they're necessarily applied, like to whether you think it's like an object, whether you think it's X, like a variable. You're still making this kind of subject-object dichotomy. You're representing a subject-object dichotomy, and in religious, in that when I refer to the contemplative prayer, as he pronounced it, they refer to kind of what's in Eastern philosophy said as a non-dualism. There's many ways to refer to it, but it's in terms of the transcendence of the subject-object dichotomy that we all experience in our daily lives. You have this experience of you talk to me, I talk to you. at the heights of these religious or mystical experiences, that subject-object dichotomy, it fuses into one. So in mysticism, there is a union with the divine, or absorption into the absolute. That's more how it's
I'm
described.
familiar. But the way I look at it, our human brains are, very advanced compared to, say, for example, the brain of a worm. They've come a long way, but we've still got a long way to go if we really want to, evolve out of the difficulties our brains have. And that is one of our difficulties, that we have trouble seeing more than one view of something at the same time. Like, for example, there's a particularly famous optical illusion where some people will see it as two faces facing each other, and some people will see it as a vase or a vase, depending which pronunciation you want. And it's technically both or neither, because all it really is two silhouettes, two face or the same face silhouette mirrored and put on the other side, to contrast with the space between them. And the space between them can be seen as the shape of some kind of a vase or vase, again, depending your preferred pronunciation. And the silhouette of that vase can be seen as silhouettes of two faces, because it's technically neither. It's just an outline drawing. And when I look at something like that, I tend to see both. But probably mostly because of the fact that from a very young age I've been aware of such illusions, and my brain has adapted. When it comes to the point where we don't have to, be made aware of such things, we just see them both ways at the same time, or all ways at the same time. I think that will be a large step in the human brain getting better at what it does. And when we have to step away from the ability to see two distinct things as two distinct things in order to see that they are both part of a same thing, I think that's an error. That we should be recognizing that, for example, you're part of humanity, I'm part of humanity. We are both part of the one, even though you're not me and I'm not you. And we are us, and us is not them, but they are part of a larger us. And we are part of life, and that's life is a thing that includes human life, and human life doesn't include everything about humanity. It only includes the human life part of humanity. So humanity includes a portion of life, and that portion of life that it includes is human life, but that's not all of humanity. That's only a portion of humanity. And if we really want to understand these things better, I think that one of the best tools to getting there is not, meditation or contemplation, but set theory, to actually teach ourselves how to handle such things better, so that we can practice and it becomes natural to us. And this is one of the reasons, and this is something I have not done with my own language family, the one that I've developed the most out, but that I would like to see done with language, is to make a language that starts with things like mathematics and set theory and stuff like that, and builds on those concepts first and foremost, so that when a baby's learning how to talk, one of the very first things that they learn is how to say how to say things vaguely, how to get a vague concept across, so that they can communicate something easily with a single syllable, and then learn that vague concept can be broken down into more specific, more narrow concepts, and start learning set theory through the language itself, and have the language itself support set theory in the same way that, like, English supports tenses.
Listen, I agree to a point, but this is why I asked earlier about the personal God. Is that a form of solipsism? Maybe. Do you see the world differently from everyone else? What makes a personal God different than a omniscient, omnipotent God? And if you and the way atheists views a omniscient, omnipotent God is that he's given AIDS to babies and cancer and killing people with COVID and floods and
Yeah, because he can.
and natural disasters now. And all loving God would obviously prevent all this unnatural death.
Oh, by the way, Robert X has been making a lot of points in the
I saw the
live
one.
chat. I thought that should be mentioned.
I like his last one. Is about his God, and she created your God.
Yeah. If I could read through a few of those, I hope Robert X won't mind. But just
no,
go
Robert's
back
cool.
and, like I said, there's a lot of good stuff in there, and I'm sure there's other stuff. The live chat, I've been told. Well, Doug was one that mentioned to me on the last live stream. There's a lot of good stuff in the live chat, and I didn't have a chance to catch it because I'm doing this part. But let's see. The devil was if the devil was real, wouldn't he like sinners more? I don't know. Maybe depends on what the devil was like. There's a misconception among theirs too, as I have multiple explanations. Not sure what that's in reference to. I'm just reading down, looking for where was it? Okay, how can anyone know what said exactly what? Was there anyone around to write it down? Here. How can anyone know what Jesus said exactly? Was anyone around writing it down? Bet nobody can repeat exactly what Donald just said. Why would it be any different with Jesus? That is a very good point. And same thing, I can have somebody in here speaking with me and they ask me to repeat back what they just said to show that I understood it. I understood it. That doesn't mean I can repeat it back. Now, I used to be really, really good at that. I could be in like a room full of people and you could ask me, after so-and-so said this, and I wouldn't know who the so-and-so was because I didn't pay any attention to that. But, you could like quote somebody and say, after this was said, can you tell me what was said in response to it? And I could probably tell you word for word. I can't do that anymore. My hearing isn't anywhere near that good and my brain isn't up to it anymore either. Well, I'm not what I used to be, but
we also mentioned this about the Bible being written by Paul 100 years after the fact, after Jesus' death, and it was all based on hearsay.
That's just it. Nobody seems to have written any of it down at the time. And what would have made the most sense is if Jesus himself would have written it down. As a matter of fact, if he was really capable of performing miracles, writing it down miraculously would have probably been, rather impressive. And they could have had other people writing things about how Jesus somehow miraculously made things appear in writing without even having to pick up a writing instrument to do it. That would have at least as far as works of fiction go, that would have been some pretty impressive stuff. Whether or not it would have convinced anybody these days that it was real, I don't know. I mean, if God wanted people these days to believe he was real, it would have made a whole lot more sense, like before creating humans, to create the Bible or whatever book he wanted us to know, and put it on some type of technology with its own power source that would last longer than he planned on humanity living on this planet, and give it an interface that humans could learn to use, and the ability to adapt to our linguistic needs and communicate with us the things that God wanted to say. Or better yet, if he's really all powerful, just talk to each one of us individually, and not only to those people who already believe that he exists and therefore are able to be convinced by a voice in their head that it's the God they believe already exists. At any rate, Robert X also said, I agree is not an argument, and citing others is not proof. And I have to agree with that. I disagree is not an argument. If somebody claims something and somebody else says that they disagree, they're not giving an argument. And this is one of the things that I've been running into recently, where when I disagree with somebody, then they try to tell me that I claimed the opposite of what they're claiming or something like that. And it's like, no, they tell me I have to defend my argument because I disagreed with them. No, I don't. I disagree with them. That's not an argument. I don't have anything to defend there. It's my disagreement. That's all it is. If they want to present evidence of their argument, or if they want to present, something formal to explain why their argument is right, they can do that. That's not on me, Robert X says, when did Aaron say that? When did Aaron say what? I'm not sure. Let's give God a definition, so I never have to defend him and you can never disprove it. Oh yeah, that's something that gets done a lot as well, where people pick a definition for God that that is not disprovable and also doesn't need to be defended. And that's another thing that's been done recently, with people that have come on here and basically said, well, God is this, and by this definition, therefore, God exists, and therefore, you can't know anything unless you can't talk about any fact unless you invoke God. It's like, well, okay, so if we accept your definition, then yeah, but if I don't accept your definition, then that doesn't apply to me. It applies to you because you accept your definition. Yeah, and then this last one here, you know what? My God is outside God's reality, and she created your God. It's a little humor, I'm sure. Anyway, go on. I just wanted to read some of that stuff because, like I said, I thought some pretty good stuff being thrown in there, and he didn't join in here to speak for himself, but I thought some of that was worth just reading off.
Well, I was just going to say about going on about the Bible again, how it's treated by some theists as a historical document, but we know that isn't true.
Yeah.
And the four Gospels, how they became
might have
canon,
some history in it, but it's a compilation, so it's not a historical document. It's
well,
if anything in it is history, we don't know which parts.
It's based on Paul's vision of Jesus that he met on the road to Damascus.
Well, parts of it are, yeah. Like I said, the Bible is a compilation of different writings. Some of the writings in it are attributed to Paul, and there's that. But then then there's writings attributed to other writers and writings that we have no idea who wrote them.
But we know by fact that the Bible is being changed, added to, bits taken out, and manipulated to an extent where it's just utter nonsense now, and it means nothing. Any one of us can change it to our own personal.
Yeah, it's not exactly. It's not reliable in any sense. I mean, anyone could publish their own Bible and change anything they want in it, and they could literally add Genesis chapter 1 verse 0. This is the one and only true word of the living God, who created this Bible before any other writing existed, and wrote it in English. and then just manipulate the rest whatever way they felt like, and then they could tell other people, well, your Bible isn't the the one and only true word of God, because this Bible says it is.
Yeah. The first four Gospels in the New Testament became canon for no particular reason, based on this. That's mainly going for Catholicism, Catholic.
And as was pointed out in Amy's channel, with all these multi-syllable difficult names all over the Bible, when they threw together the King James version, they decided to name those four books Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Very, very westernized names.
But Donald, I'm going to get ready for work, but I'm going to listen in the background. I appreciate the time and having me on, and thanks to Darth Dawkins' disciple as well. And I'd like to leave you all with a quote from a brilliant philosopher, which goes, "Christianity doesn't pray for the vulnerable, it preys on them."
Yeah, that's...
And that philosopher was Dog 2020. Boom.
Okay, fair enough.
So thanks again. I'm going to mute now, and I'm going to get ready for work, but listen in the background.
Okay.
Thanks, Donald.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Yeah. I'll just throw a little something on here. This is a video from Dark Matter 2525. I don't know if he's okay with me playing this, so I'm not going to play much of it, but just a little bit to give a taste of his animation and stuff. Here, turn on the audio, and that's the character Jeffrey, and this video is called "How God Invented Prayer." And I'm just going to stop it there and go back to where I was. But that has a reference to what Doug just brought up in a manner of speaking. I don't want to say anything more about that because I don't want to spoil the video for anybody that might want to watch it. But I will throw a link to that video in the live chat in case anybody is interested in having a look at it after this show, or if they get bored of this show and want to just go over there and do that. So there it is. And I'll turn that screen share back off. Let's see, stop screen, I think. And I'm back there. So yeah, Darth Darwin's disciple, or meant to be Darth Dawkins' disciple. You have anything more to say? Something you wanted to add? Must have stepped away from the computer. Oh, you're on camera for a moment.
Yeah, sorry, man. I wanted to ask if you were familiar with the block universe.
The what universe?
Block universe. This is a notion Einstein, one of his teachers originated.
I don't think so. I'm not sure. Not by that name anyway. Block, like BLOCK, block universe.
Yes.
Is that something on the realm of like quantum mechanics? Like things are made out of blocks, or what?
It's a term that means if you can have a visualization. Let's say the universe was finite, for instance, that it had a big bang and some kind of big crunch at the end. And every moment is fixed in time within that universe. The world line within that universe is at every moment, predetermined or preordained. And so they refer this, the totality of every moment from past and future is referred to as the block universe.
Okay, like I said, I don't think I'm familiar with the name, but I am familiar with that concept, or at least variations of that concept, where basically time would be a fourth spatial dimension, which we are viewing as a three-dimensional slice moving through that four-dimensional realm.
Exactly.
At light speed. In the time direction or the temporal direction, which would mean our universe would look kind of like spaghetti from that perspective. A human's lifespan would be like you've got the egg at the beginning of the human life, and the corpse at the end of the human life, and of course the rotting of the corpse, and in between you've got the movement of this the human fetus and the human baby and the human child and everything within that three-dimensional part, but stretched out over the course of the four-dimensional range of that time variable. So yeah, I'm familiar with the concept, and I have studied geometry, higher dimensional geometries and stuff in depth, so that stuff comes kind of intuitively to me. Just so you know.
The snake. I agree that's how it's kind of described. Like the snake. The symbolism of the snake is could be interpreted as your entire life.
It could be, yeah. And the flying spaghetti monster fits in really well with that kind of a view of the universe, by the way.
And so the point of religion, from the vantage point that I'm referring to, is these direct experiences where these mystics, they no longer identify with the material body. They see, they have a consciousness that is from the vantage point of having a perspective that has all space and time, where all past, all future collapse into the moment. temporarily for the mystic. William James referred to this as mystical experience. And so they,
of course, their experiences would still be limited to within their lifetime because their senses have only existed within their lifetime, and they wouldn't have future memories before the future reaches them because their brain hasn't had a chance to store those memories. So the moment in time that they're currently in talking about that point of view would be limited to what the brain has been able to store in the past, not what it's been able to store in the future. So there are some limitations to that. They might feel like they've gone beyond that, but physically they would technically be incapable of it.
I know. I see where you're coming from, and you could say that. You can say that they haven't approached the future, therefore they can not know the future.
Yeah, they could emulate it in their head and estimate it. They could run simulated universes in their mind and
this
see
is what
futures are possible. And a lot, most of us, I think, do that. Probably all of us do that to varying degrees and in varying levels of detail.
When a way, this is kind of what I'm saying. The mystical experience is it's a those same brain patterns that you approach when you actually undergo that experience can be induced in this experience, so that you have the full gamut of all experience. So that's why they experience this sense of past and future, because they can mimic those same patterns that would occur even if you were to actually undergo the experience within the future. Those same brain patterns can occur right now. That's the point. And
well, I mean, when it gets to the point where they can meditate, sit down and meditate for 8 minutes or 8 hours or 8 days or whatever it takes, and then write down a set of numbers and go buy a lottery ticket and win. And they can do that 10 times in a row until the government tells them, look, we're not going to let you buy lottery tickets anymore.
Well, I think that's a misconception.
No, I'm just saying when they can do that, then they will have demonstrated that they've actually gained some insight into the future. And it wouldn't have to be that extreme. I'm just saying something of that nature, and they could show that they've demonstrated some abnormal and valuable insight into the future. Science fiction writers do that all the time. I mean, not the buying lottery tickets thing, but it's very common. Well, I shouldn't say all the time, but somewhat regularly that science fiction writers write about things that end up being in our future, and that most people would not have guessed would be in our future. But then they also write about a lot of stuff in the same writings that hypothetically could have potentially ended up in our future, and when that future comes, they don't end up in that future. So it's not that they're able to actually predict what the future will be. It's more that they're able to predict some of the things the future could bring.
I mean, the only response I could say to that, man, is there was a analogy that Adam Watts used to use. He would say that a lot of people's misconception about omnipotence is what someone might call intellectual elephantitis. That it's someone who knows everything. They know the lotto numbers, like how you mentioned. And what I'm trying to say is that
that would be the omniscience, but okay.
Yeah, it's like an intellectual omniscience. Like you can answer any intellectual question. And I don't think that's the type of omniscience that's referred to in religion. I think what the mystic experience is, when we talk about this block universe, their experience is it's often described in psychology as ego death. They no longer have this subject-object dichotomy experience that we have. The luxury of you speaking to me, I speak to you. Everything from that vantage point is completely one. There is no someone to speak to another person. It's a temporary.
And I mean, then it becomes a misconception to say that something isn't there that is there, just because you can define it in a different way or view it in a different way. It's like if I put these glasses on, and you know, I tell you that the world has changed because, you know, now the world is different colors than it used to be. That's not true. I'm just seeing the world differently.
Sure, but you can
The world
only
didn't change.
describe that in a world of ego. You know, you can only ever speak from that vantage point. You know, and what I'm
Well,
describing.
yes and no, because and there again, you know, that is some of the value and some of what you're talking about, and I do recognize there is some value there, but you know, we can also be misled by, you know, by some of it if we aren't careful to look for what is valuable in it, and we instead just assume everything in it is valuable. Some of the value that can be found in that is that, for example, you know, you view the world from your vantage point, I view the world from my vantage point, and collectively we can talk with each other about what we view in the world and what we think we view in the world, and we can learn things from each other about that, and that can help to inform each other's view of the world. There is an advantage to that, but there is also a disadvantage to that, and I'll tell you what that disadvantage is. And we actually see this happen, and that is that um, if you, for example, were able to convince me that you see things in the world that, you know, maybe you just made up, you weren't really seeing them at all, but you convince me that you're seeing these things, and my brain rationalizes how you could be seeing these things and changes its view of the world based on the things you told me. As a result, my brain can then model the world differently, and the internal view of the world that I get, in other words, the world that I think I'm seeing around me, could change based on that, and I could view the world less accurately because of what I learned from you. And this is one of the things that religion, I think, does a lot of, and it demonstrably does a lot of, where it tells people, you know, you should view the world this way because you're told to view the world this way, and don't question it, and you know, don't look for, you know, don't look for signs that it might be wrong, and you know, they discourage skepticism, and people end up with distorted views of the world. You know, when somebody believes, for example, that if someone dies, a ghost comes out of their body, and you know, and their idea of a ghost is a certain thing. They're expecting ghosts can be maybe barely visible, partially visible, whatever the case might be. They have their idea of what a ghost is, and then they see someone die, and they know that person died, whether they know it because, you know, the heart monitor, or they know it because it's just, you know, the person stopped breathing, or it's just a feeling, even if they might be wrong about that the person dies, but somehow they feel they know that person died. Their brain might also convince them that they see a ghost coming out of that person, not because their brain's trying to fool them, but because their brain is trying to give them the most accurate view of the world it can. And that is what it has been convinced is an accurate view of the world.
Sure, but I mean, you would still be strawmanning me. I would never
Oh
claim
no,
any of
I'm
those
not
things.
saying that's something. No, to be clear, I'm not saying that's, you know, your position or anything, you know, that, you know, coming from you. I'm just saying this is something that
You
happens.
hear commonly,
You know,
yeah.
yeah,
I,
it does happen. You know, that, and not just religions. I mean, schools can do it as well, for that matter. For example, when when teaching mathematics to a young child, if you tell a child, you know, we're okay, today we're going to learn about subtraction, and the first thing we're going to learn about subtraction, you know, young child, they've just learned addition, they know what addition is, they know you can, you know, take two things and add it to three things and you get five things, and now they're going to learn about subtraction, and they say the first thing that, you know, you need to know about subtraction, just so that you don't get confused, is that you can't ever
yeah.
subtract a bigger number from a smaller number. So we're going to start there with that assumption, and then they, you know, they teach them, and they go through a whole year of teaching. And every time you know, you get a subtraction like, you know, 4 minus 7, or 10 minus 13, they're supposed to, you know, write down an answer of, you know, there is no answer, or it's an unknown, or it can't be done. They've got some canned answer they're supposed to give there that isn't a number. Then, you know, they get into a later grade of school, and they're teaching, and they're learning a little higher mathematics, and they're told, well, now we're going to teach you about negative numbers, and you know, how you get a negative number is you subtract a bigger number from a smaller number, and their brain is going, but that can't be done. How do you deal with that? Okay, and so they say, well, the way we do that is, if you want to subtract the bigger number from a smaller number, you reverse the problem and you subtract the smaller number from the bigger number, because that's something we can do, and then you change the sign. And so they go, oh, okay, well, it's a trick then. You can't really subtract the bigger number from the smaller number, but if you're being asked what you get when you subtract the bigger number from the smaller number, you can do this little trick and you can get an answer. And it messes up the way they understand math. It messes up the way they understand negative numbers. It messes up the way they understand subtraction. It really makes it difficult when it comes to learning what are called imaginary numbers, which, by the way, imaginary numbers are quite useful numbers. And they're no more or less imaginary than any other numbers. It's just a name that was given to them. So that makes it harder yet. And, when they get taught something like that, I mean, it's wrong. The idea that you can't subtract a larger number from a smaller number is just wrong. You can. And the same thing when they're told, later on, they maybe get told, how to square a number. You multiply a number by itself. That's squaring a number. And then they get taught how to make a square root of a number. In other words, to find the number that, when multiplied by itself, gives you this other number. And they're told, you can't ever take a square root of a negative number. Again, that's wrong. And they're told that, they're told how to cube a number, multiply a number by itself, and then multiply it again by itself, and then how to take the cubed root. And they're told, every positive number has one cubed root and it's positive, and every negative number has one cubed root and it's negative. This is not a coherent system. They're being taught wrong. And yes, it's simplified, and the simplification might make it easier to teach, but it's actually more beneficial if you can add in the additional information, the accurate information of saying there, like, for example, in the case of the cubed root, there are actually 3 cubed roots in the complex number plane. But then just tell them, but the complex number plane is an advanced subject. We're not going to get into the details of that in this grade or in this level of mathematics. So for now, we're going to deal with what square roots there are on the number line. And, there's one square root of a positive number on the number line, and it's positive. There's one square root, or one cubed root, rather, of a positive number on the number line, and it's positive. There's one cubed root of a negative number on the negative number line, and it's negative. And that the square root of a negative number is not on the number line. If you do it that way, and you tell them, that the answer they're going to give for now is that the square root of a negative number is not on the number line, then when you later on try to teach them how to find the square root of a negative number, you haven't blocked that out of their ability to learn, because what they know about it fits in with the reality they have to be taught later, that the square root of a negative number falls somewhere in the complex number space, but not on the number line. Not on the real number line that we started out with. That, that square root of a negative number is going to fall on the imaginary number line that's perpendicular to the real number line they started with. Am I making sense?
I agree with everything you said. My position doesn't necessarily agree with any of the, if you get into quantum mechanics, even, or M theory or G theory.
Quantum mechanics is a tough thing, because the biggest problem with quantum mechanics is we're kind of at the limit of what we're able to measure with the tools we have. It's kind of like, when you're looking at things through a microscope, and you get down to things that are smaller than the wavelength of the light you're using to look at it. And, then the wavelength of the light starts to mess with, with the optics. And so, then we can go to a scanning electron microscope, and the electron doesn't have this wavelength problem, and it's small, and you can focus it nice and neatly. And, you can get a lot sharper image, again, down to a smaller size. But even then, if you want to measure something smaller than an electron, your electron microscope isn't going to do the trick, because you want to bounce something off, you want to bounce an electron off of something smaller than an electron. You're not going to get a good reading of what shape that thing is, or anything like that. That doesn't
You
mean
have
it
to
isn't
build your
there.
own atom smasher in your
Oh,
garage.
well, worse than that, because the thing is, if you're trying to measure something smaller than an electron, smashing an atom isn't going to give you a way to measure it. It might give you a way to get at it, but you still don't have any way to see it. If you use an electron microscope to try to see what came out of that atom you smashed, you're not going to be able to see anything smaller than an electron. In fact, you're not even going to be able to see anything as small as an electron clearly with that kind of a measuring apparatus. So we run into measurement problems, and we run into a problem of, as you're measuring something, the process of measuring it can affect what the measurement is. It's kind of like trying to check whether or not someone knocked down all the pins in a bowling alley by waving your arm around where the pins used to be, and seeing how many pins you bump into. Well, if you bump into one pin and that one knocks down 3 others, and you only felt that you bumped into one pin, you might think there was only one pin left standing, but you'd be wrong.
Hello, I'm back.
Hi, back.
Then you'd have to
Hi, Don.
knock yourself out with some DMT. It's the only way you're gonna kickstart your consciousness.
Well,
But
I look at it this way, though. I mean, we are learning about the world the best we can, and any encouragement to continue to do so is a good thing, and any discouragement from doing so is a bad thing. And if somebody has religious beliefs or religious practices, that doesn't bother me at all, until it comes to the point where, in defense of those religious beliefs or religious practices, they start telling people things like, don't ask questions, don't look too deeply into things, don't use the scientific method to figure out the world.
well, I don't tell you any of those things, man. I say,
Yeah, some people do, and
stay
as long as you're not
open-minded.
telling us any of those things, I got no problem with it.
Hey,
Somebody wants to come on here and start saying those things, I'm going to tell them straight out.
I want
you're
to tell
telling people
you,
bad stuff.
stay open-minded, man. Stay
Check.
open-minded. Keep searching the truth. Don't
Oh,
be
yeah.
biased. Be objective. Someone, do this, do that. But no, I appreciate your channel, dude. Thank you for letting me have an opportunity to get on. Thank you.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, I mean, I'm an atheist. I don't believe there's, anything out there I would call a god, but I understand there are things out there that, I can understand other people calling gods that are real things. For example, somebody says the universe is a god. Well, I believe the universe exists. I wouldn't call it a god, but I understand someone else calling it one. Somebody
Well,
says physics is a god. I get that.
I mean, one thing I would like to leave you with is, like, I don't think necessarily people are calling the universe God in the way people.
Some do. I know. Literally,
yeah. Some people
I've literally
do.
had some people tell me the universe is God.
I know. I agree. Some people do, definitely. But I think when mystics talk about this, they experience it as their reality temporarily in that mystical experience, that they lose identity with their material body, and they temporarily dissolve into, all past, all future are one and the same.
They might see themselves as doing such a thing, but I highly doubt they're actually doing it. I'm skeptical in that regard.
Okay,
and I'm not saying they're not. I'm saying I'm skeptical of it.
You may be skeptical, but they at least all universally describe it this way, no matter what religion they come from, whether it be Buddhism.
And that in and of itself, I think, is probably an important experiment to examine. That's something I think science should probably have a look at, and find out, at the very least, what is that telling us about the universe, or what is it telling us about the human brain?
Yeah,
and if possible,
I think science has kind of looked into it within maybe
I'm sure there have been some attempts.
Not long.
To what extent, I don't know.
Maybe since William James, like within the last century, in other words, science is in the infancy. They've only scuffed their feet at ascertaining the phenomenon.
A lot of the stuff I was talking about earlier, when religions start discouraging science, that also discourages science from examining religion, because it makes it to the point where if a scientist tries to take something like that seriously and say, hey, I'd like to look into what these mystics are doing and try to find out what we can actually learn from it, that there's a good chance a lot of the scientific community is going to not take them seriously as a scientist as a result. And that's not science's fault, that's religion's fault. They're the ones that tainted that, by and again, not all religion, not everybody that religious, but those parts of the religious world that have tried to deter people from learning science or trusting the scientific method, or using the scientific method to decide what's actually real and what's not actually real. And I understand why they do that, and that's because those that are doing that, not everybody who does it, because some are just learning it from others who do it, but somewhere at the top of those people who are doing that is someone who knows that what they're teaching is false. That's why they're doing it, because they're saying, they're basically saying to themselves, if people use the scientific method, they're going to find out that what I'm making a living off of, or what's making me rich and powerful, is not true. And they don't want them finding that out. So they're like, okay, we need to start discouraging science. Anytime you see religion discouraging science, I think that should discourage that particular religion. I really do.
Check the chat.
I mean,
what's going on in there?
See the science.
Check the chat.
Lots going on in there, mate.
Oh, everyone dies. Atheist is a human. Atheist dies. Yeah, that they do. What did I miss something started here? No atheist ever come back from the grave, since it is one way home, apparently.
Most atheists do not want evidence for God, even when given the evidence. They assume
I disagree with
kind
that.
of evidence counts as evidence, and the
I
evidence
disagree with
there's
that.
a lot of evidence.
What I would say is that most outspoken
most atheists want evidence.
Most atheists want evidence for God, if there is a God to have evidence of. Most outspoken atheists have already sought that evidence diligently for some time, and have generally been discouraged by theists from looking for such evidence. And they get to the point where they don't want to look for it anymore, because theists are against them looking for it. Theists will do things like, for example, here, what I'm doing here in this channel, where in this series, where I'm inviting gods to come speak for themselves. I have had theists discourage me from doing that. I actually had one street preacher, who, when I asked him to invite his God to the conversation so his God could come speak for itself, because I didn't think he was doing a very good job of representing his God, not only did he not want to make the invitation, but when I decided to make the invitation on his behalf, and I said, hey, this guy's God, I'm inviting you, please come down here and, speak for yourself, or down, up, whatever direction he had to come from. And I don't remember my exact words, but, I made the invitation, and this guy turned around and said, don't do it, God, don't do it. If you run into atheists who tell you they're an atheist, and it seems like they don't want evidence of God, chances are they've already asked enough times for evidence of God that what they're expecting as evidence of God is, well, the Bible says this and the Bible says that, or something to that effect. That they're not expecting they're going to get evidence, and that if they try to actually get evidence, they're likely to end up with an argument and a conversation that goes nowhere and just leaves them feeling like they shouldn't have tried.
We've already said. Sorry, Doc, go on.
Just one real quick. We'll say, if someone asked you, what would you accept as evidence for God? You would invariably just parrot Matt Dillahunty and say, I don't know. No,
I wouldn't be parroting Matt Dillahunty, because I've said that before I ever heard Matt Dillahunty say it. Although I have heard Matt Dillahunty say it, and I agree with him. And I'm sure he's. Well,
then you share the same misconception.
He's been saying it longer than I've heard him say it as well. What's that?
you share the same misconception of God that he does.
No, that's
I
not a
would say.
misconception. That's a lack of a conception. I don't have a God conception. I have a multiple gods conception. I have some idea what your God is because you've told me a little bit about your God. I don't have a
I've told
good
you?
concept of your God. Huh?
I don't remember telling you, but all right.
Well, not directly, but I mean, you've given me some hints. You've told me a little about your ways of thinking and your ideas of spiritualism and stuff like that. And from that, I can start to gain some sort of a God concept. And the more you tell me, the more I gain. But the thing is, I don't just drop a God into that and go, oh, he's worshiping Vishnu. I know all about Vishnu. I read all about Vishnu. Okay, end of story. I don't have to hear anymore what he has to say to know his God. I don't have a single God concept. I have an awareness that there are a lot of God concepts out there, and each one of them has the potential to have different things that would convince me it was real. So
are you familiar with
before I could say what would convince me that a God was real, I would have to first know what kind of a God are we talking about, and even then. If it's an all-knowing God, they should know better than I would what things would convince me.
That's exactly what Matt Dillon says.
Well, because it's true. If they're omniscient, they would know all of the ways that I could be convinced. Say is that and I'd only be able to know those ways I could figure out.
It's still couched in that Sky Daddy mafia boss Matt Dillon that what he talks about.
No, it's absolutely not. That Sky Daddy thing. That's not really to be taken seriously. I mean, what that is a way of trying to show the theist how ridiculous their God can look if looked at a different way. And it's not trying to say that this is what you think of your God. It's basically just saying that that as far as what we know of your God, it could fit this ridiculous description. If you want us to believe that your God is not this ridiculous, you have to give us enough information to know that your God is not this ridiculous. Because most of the God concepts that get revealed to us, when theists talk to us, atheists, about their gods, most of them do turn out to be that ridiculous or worse. And so if somebody has one that's not that ridiculous, it is on them to explain what their God is all about and what their God is really like, and that their God isn't just, the vague Sky Daddy. Because believe it or not, most theists seem not to have thought much about what their God is like. They really have a very vague concept.
One last thing, and I appreciate your time. There is a notion, I don't know if you're familiar with it, it's called the perennial philosophy or the Prissa Theologia. That all religion is in a way pointing to one metaphysical truth. And
well, I can prove that false pretty easily.
I mean,
just by pointing to religions that strongly disagree with each other on certain things. For example, take Mormonism. Do you believe that Yahweh and Jehovah are two different beings?
Yahweh and Jehovah are two different beings.
Yeah, in your view of God as you know it. And I don't know if you believe in Yahweh or Jehovah, but your view of Yahweh and Jehovah, what you know of them, do you believe that Yahweh and Jehovah are one being or two different beings?
And well, in the interpretation that I understand, it's coming out of the sciences. There is this interpretation of this phenomenon of this mystical experience of what in even the Mormonism might be related to what Joseph Smith experienced with the divine revelation.
Mormonism comes from Joseph Smith, and that's kind of my point. In Mormonism, Yahweh and Jehovah are two different beings. Jehovah is Jesus, and Yahweh is the Father. Yahweh and Jehovah are both derived from the same Hebrew word. They're just two different transliterations. They're not even different translations. They're two different transliterations of the same word. They're literally just different spellings of the same name. And Mormonism believes that they're two different gods.
I would
one is the son of the other.
the semantics.
Well, some Christians believe that Yahweh and Allah are different gods.
Yeah, and some believe that they're the same God. And
Well, it's
is there
mentioned in
some?
the Quran that Allah is the same God. Even Jesus is mentioned in the Quran.
Now, here's the thing: if you throw the idea of religion out of it, and you just, rather than saying religion is this, if you just include everything that humans think about, you could say that religion's being a part of that. That there is a reality out there. That all of this stuff is a part of our exploration of how we get to better know reality.
Black
And
universe.
I would go along with that, but I would
thing.
also say that some of the stuff is misleading, like an optical illusion, for example, is misleading. And the idea that Yahweh and Jehovah are two different beings because they're different spellings, and because Jehovah starts with a J like Jesus, therefore it's got to be the same person as Jesus.
No,
things like that. I mean, that's misleading. And so religions that disagree with each other that strongly about things, religions that have completely contradictory views that can't both be true, at least one of them has to be misleading. And so in that sense, they can't both be leading us to the same thing, because they're not both leading us in the same direction.
As I say, there's many Christian beliefs that argue with each other, believe in different interpretations of what God is. But there's also a level of evidence, acceptable evidence that God does exist. I mean, looking over a lake with a mountain behind it and seeing the mountain mirrored in the lake and saying God did that, that's not evidence as far as I'm concerned. That's basically we know the Bible can't be thrown in as evidence, but we know that it's like me pointing at a glass cabinet and saying there's an invisible Sasquatch in there, but you can't go in and touch it.
Yeah, and the evidence. But
you have to accept that there's an invisible Sasquatch in there.
And the evidence that there's an invisible Sasquatch in the cabinet is the fact that the cabinet is there. And you said so. Exactly. Yeah, that's really basically. And again, yeah, I know this stuff is ridiculous, but that is literally what it is like to somebody who, and I'm not talking about like an atheist who maybe has been religious all their life and they just figured out that they were fed a line of bullshit and that it's not really true. And I'm not talking about an atheist in the sense of like somebody who wasn't raised around religion and they've never been exposed to religion and they don't even know what religion is, because that's an atheist also. But I'm talking about, somebody who is an atheist who has had the opportunity to learn about religion. They've tried to seek the truth about religion, and and they've gotten to the point where, where when the religion topic comes up, they will identify themselves as an atheist, even go as far as to the point of saying that they believe there's no such thing as a God, or they believe that a certain God does not exist, or something like that. These are people that have had time to think this stuff through, and when they hear something like, look at the trees as evidence of God, or look at what the Bible says as evidence of God, those aren't evidence of God.
Of course not.
Trees grow from seeds, and books are written by humans.
Well, this is, I was brought up in a deeply devout Catholic family, and I went through. You go through the 5 stages of grief once you become an atheist. You denial. Yeah,
because you're losing something. It's something that was very valuable to you at a time.
And then, you have your agony, and then acceptance. But you do your research, then you find out you're
valuable. The whole community that accepts you. That's a really big valuable thing. The belief itself, maybe more so, maybe less so, depending on the person.
Well, I found that I ended up researching, why I was rejected at the end of the day.
Doug, if you don't mind me interrupting, I just want to say something into the live chat. No, atheism is not circular logic. Atheism isn't logic, and it isn't illogic. Atheism is a lack of theism. Okay, Doug, go back to what you're saying.
Yeah, I found I was researching, and it when you haven't got that dogma being dripped into your ear, it sort of cements your atheism. And this is the sad thing about believers, that that dogma is constantly dripped into the ear.
Yeah, well, it has.
And you're not given
It
this
has to
chance
be.
to.
It has
Well, you're
to
not
be,
given this chance to open your
or
mind.
they'll get over it.
Well, it's a non-logic sort of belief, really. The things it advocates and states that these things happen. These things like Noah's Ark, and then you've got the Book of Daniel and the Book of Revelation, which is just basically prophecies that could are so ridiculous they could never ever come true.
Another thing in response to the live chat, Honeyleth Chesler is saying, however, it is still circular logic at its core. That's why it is easy to defeat atheism. Again, atheism is just a lack of theism. The only way to defeat atheism is to show that theism is right. You can't defeat atheism by only talking about theism, by only talking about atheism, because atheism is just the lack of theism. That's like trying to prove that somebody is that not collecting stamps isn't a thing by talking about not collecting stamps.
Hey, Dak. Before I go, I just want to say, the semantics is the most important thing that we have to emphasize. Thank you for inviting me to your show.
Sorry, what is the most important thing?
Semantics.
Semantics?
Yeah, because I really think that there is a way to interpret the divine that is completely or harmonious with, the evolution, the formation of galaxies, stars.
I think if that were true, someone would have found it by now. And I could be wrong. Maybe it's out there and nobody's found it. But I really think if that were true, that somebody would have found it by now. And that is very obviously not
What do you
the
mean
case,
found it by now?
It would spread like wildfire. If there was a way to do that, the moment it was found, it would spread like wildfire.
If I ask,
because
what do you mean by found it by now, you would say, I don't know.
Huh?
If I say, what do you mean by found it by now? You would say, I don't know, like Matt Dillahunty,
Why would I say that? No, you're talking about finding the semantic way of looking at it, the right way of interpreting this stuff that would make it obvious what's really behind it, and that there's some truth behind it, and not just lies and deception and fables and all the stuff that.
Yeah, you see, you're fabricating it out of your own mind.
No, I'm not fabricating. I'm saying this is the stuff it appears to be
to you.
If it is something,
it appears to be to you.
To me, to basically to anybody who looks at it without having
if you want to claim that, not to me.
To anybody who looks at it without having first been indoctrinated in a religion, and to anybody who looks at it after having gotten out of an indoctrination.
Sure.
So if if there is something else under it, that's that.
I think there is, man, and I would love to talk to you more. I would love to have more opportunities to speak to you.
But what I was saying is if anyone knew what that something was, they would be able to tell someone else, and that other person would discover it as well. And then
I think that's an assumption.
No, it's not an assumption.
No, I think that's an assumption.
This is like language. Language spreads.
No, you're assuming that it's something that can be.
Because it works.
I disagree. You're assuming God is a concept that can be explained.
It has figured out ways to survive. Religion
I disagree, man.
To survive.
I think you're confining God into a concept. I don't think God is a concept that can be confined into such a thing as a concept. I think God is transcendent of a concept, and it's something that can only be experienced, not necessarily confined into a concept.
Well, that you might be right about. That might be the answer, is having to experience it. And if that is the case, then then I'm going about it the right way, because if there is a God out there that we need to experience in order to know, the sensible thing would be for that God to let us all experience it. and it doesn't seem to be able or willing to do that.
It's not to. It's
on
not.
its own. So
It's
I'm
you,
giving it
man.
away.
You're hiding from God. Like you have to.
No, I'm not.
That experience.
I mean, look, I've got a publicly airing series named All Gods Invited. How am I hiding from
Take
God?
some DMT.
So you're saying, okay, so wait, so you're saying hide my
man.
logic? You're saying hide my logic from myself to see God. Hide my ability to think clearly from myself.
No,
see God.
no. I think that's an assumption that people make with psychedelics. No, I don't. I disagree.
That's not an assumption. No, they are mind-altering chemicals. They affect the way your brain works.
You can also have this experience
so that your brain
without
does not work the way it's supposed to work.
You can do it with meditation, without psychedelics. But I don't know if you have the patience for that.
And if that was possible, I would have already done that. Don't you think I've already tried meditation? Don't you think I've tried?
Do you know what it is?
Tried probably everything short of actually drugging
How do you
myself
define meditation?
to fool myself.
How do you define meditation?
I've been an atheist for a very long time, and I grew up in a family that very much did not want me to be an atheist. So believe me, if there was a way, because I'd like my family to be able to accept me for who I am, and if I could stop being an atheist, that would solve it right there. That would be a real.
I meditate. I meditate, but I don't see it as spiritual. I don't see it as spiritual at all. I see it as thought and reflection.
How do you meditate? How do you define that?
Well,
there are a bunch of different ways of meditating, and I've tried quite a few of them.
I normally do it just in a dark room, quiet, peaceful, and just sit there and think.
Are you familiar with the Buddhist chant Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, Nam Myoho Renge Kyo? No. That's one form of meditation. You repeat that over and over to yourself, and you concentrate on the syllables and clear your mind of other things.
No.
And there are all kinds. There are all kinds of meditations out there. There are all kinds of ways. That's what I said.
You're talking spiritual, and I don't go for any of that. I just see it as quiet time.
But I've tried a bunch of different stuff. Is my point. And like I said, if there was a way to do it, someone out there would have found it by now, and it would have spread like wildfire.
It's a cessation of volition.
It appears there is not a way to do it. Now, maybe there is, and it just hasn't been found yet. But why? I mean, it's so stupid. If there's a God out there that wants us to believe that he exists, why wouldn't that God just give someone that way instead of giving us a Bible?
No, I think that
would have made a whole lot more sense.
It's the cessation of volition. I think is meditation is the
ceasing wanting.
Ceasing your will, your intent, the very faculty to
that is a dangerous thing to do, because your brain is not monolithic. Your brain isn't just one thing. If you cease what will you can cease yourself from having, your brain will still have will that you had no say in the matter of, because your brain isn't just one part. Your brain is made up of multiple parts, and other parts of your brain that you didn't cease the will of will still have a will of their own. If you want to let those parts of your brain take over the parts of your brain that you currently let control your life, that I would say that's a very risky thing to do.
There's a Rush song that's titled No Free Will.
If there is a God out there who wants you to believe that it is real, and if you want to believe the truth, and the truth is that God is real, you should not have to get rid of your free will in order to believe that God is real. If you have to do that, then you're deceiving yourself.
That's assuming you had the free will in the first place, man. Hey, thank you for inviting me to your stream. Thank you.
Well,
appreciate
I mean, if you're going to try to get rid of your will, then yes, it's assuming you had a will to get rid of in the first place.
Yeah, I agree.
So
thank you.
Yeah, I'd have to agree on that. I want to encourage you to have a look at a particular video from Dark Matter 2525. It's called "Do You Know God?" And
I'm familiar with them. I checked them out, man.
Okay, I will post the link to that particular video in the live chat, so you can have a look at it if you want. And you don't necessarily have to go to it now. The live chat should be available within a day or two. If you want to come back and see this on the recorded version.
Thank you, brother.
But it's there now. So yeah. I suppose I could have labeled what that is before sending it. I just put it there. Anyway,
also, thanks, Darth. It was nice meeting you and chatting with you. It was fun.
Yeah, it was nice of him to come on. You know, I guess he spelled the name wrong. I don't know if that's a name that he usually uses, or if he has other names he goes by, or you know what happened. You know, I guess because StreamYard makes you type in a name that you want to go by.
Well,
so
Darth Dawkins, I've seen him in a few live chats. He's very angry.
Yeah, and I also
very
don't know.
angry theist.
I also don't know. I should have asked. You know,
dishonest.
Well, maybe I shouldn't have asked, but I'm thinking I should have asked. You know, when he said that it was meant to be Darth Dawkins' disciple, was that meant sarcastically or seriously?
I don't think it was, because Darth Dawkins is a theist, and obviously his disciple there is also a theist. So I don't think it was meant as a sarcasm. I think he actually likes and probably agrees with Darth Dawkins. He's quite popular, but well, I find him to be angry and dishonest.
I need to run to the restroom. I wonder, would you entertain my audience for a moment while I?
Well, the audience seems to be entertaining itself. It's getting
this is true, but you know, well, I'll leave it up to you to what to do or not to do. I'm gonna mute myself, and I'll be right back.
Well, I don't know if Honey Left Chestler's still there, but I'll read this one out. It says, real evidence. I don't know whether it means real evidence, such as demonstrative, documentative, or testimonial evidence. Well, I don't class testimonial evidence as evidence. It's someone coming up to you and saying, I saw God. That isn't evidence. The same will probably go with documented. Obviously, demonstrable evidence. I'd like to know what you mean by that. If you could post that. And yeah, agnostic pagan mum. That is, God is ashamed. And so he should be, rightly so. I'm just going through the chat here because when Darth Dawkins' disciple was talking about semantics, I always find that semantics is just a pathway to pettiness and dishonesty, which he was guilty from, because he literally changed the meaning of omniscient, which is all-knowing, but it means something else to him, and that's just the dishonesty in theism, I find, where they change meanings of words to suit their own argument. And the same goes with the Bible. It's probably the most manipulated book on planet Earth.
So you found some interesting stuff to talk about while I was gone.
Well, I was just talking about
the Bible.
Well, I was going on about semantics. I find that it leads to dishonesty and pettiness.
Well, it can.
You start arguing. Well, Darth Dawkins' disciple was guilty of it because he literally changed the word omniscient to something that means something acceptable in his argument, which is.
I agree with him that semantics are important. But yes, I also agree with you that semantics can be manipulated and lead to deception and things like that. And so that's part of why I think it's important that I think it's important that that we recognize what semantics can be capable of, and watch out for the pitfalls.
Yeah, of course. Well, it's been interesting tonight. It started off fun, but then it got interesting, and I've been looking at the chat, and the chat's been hilarious as usual.
I've been glancing over there, and I've wanted to comment on some of the stuff, but we had other stuff going on, and I don't want to like interrupt someone while they're talking. I'm trying to learn not to do that so much because I do it too much, and I'm aware of it, but I still do it.
Well, hats off
Getting better.
to chat. It's always fun to read the comments.
Yeah.
Well, I'm usually in there, to be fair. I'm usually in the mix.
Agnostic Pagan Mom says it's good to hear your voice talking to you.
No, it's very drony at the moment, but I'm getting there. My stroke rehab, my vocals are getting better and better and better.
To those of us who don't know what your voice used to sound like, it sounds fine. Like I said, to you, it's different because you know what it used to be like. You're used to that.
If I don't concentrate on my speech, I bite my tongue a lot, and my mouth bleeds, my tongue bleeds a lot.
Oh yeah, you got to be careful of that.
Well, it's normal. I've lost the lisp, and that's it was basically going back to I don't know what you call it in America. We call it phonics here. It's teaching the Greek phonetical alphabet to children. The a, b, k, d, e, f, j. The sound in the way, not the Alpha Bravo Charlie military.
Pronouncing the individual sounds. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Greek, and we call it phonics. And it's been fun. I've gone through that through speech therapy, gone through phonics again, and that was fun. And it's sort of a lot of my functions are coming back via muscle memory. It's a lot of remembering, so I can move my left arm. Well, basically, what happened? I had a subarachnoid bleed. I was working in Brooklyn at the time in New York. I have to admit, the hospitals over there was amazing. I was a bit disparaged by a lot of the nurses praying for me.
What is your linguistic background, if you don't mind saying?
Well, what do you mean by linguistic?
Well, your accent seems a bit of a mix, and I'm not sure if it's just me. I'm not real good at telling English accents apart. But
I was born and bred in Liverpool.
Okay.
In Liverpool, UK. So I had they call it Scouse accent here.
Okay.
And it was very broad. But then I moved to London. I lived there. Liverpool accent is very upbeat, and it's hard to understand. Especially, I used to do a lot of meetings and that. And now I moved to North. But since I've had a stroke, my voice has got a lot more, obviously, monotonous because and drony and nasally because having to concentrate on speech is a thing. And concentration is the main thing now with stroke. I'm hoping to make a full recovery, but that could be years away. Or
when it's all said and done, you might end up, easier for the average person. Not speaking of just like people that come from an area that you've lived in, but in general, English speaking people, you might find that in the end you'll be easier. More easily understood by most speaking people because of the fact that you've gone through that and learned to concentrate on the details and try to be more precise in your enunciation.
To another Englishman, they can get the Liverpudlian inflection in my accent. To a Liverpudlian now, I sound foreign. To a Liverpudlian now.
Yeah, I get the same thing here in the United States where I run into people that have a mixed accent of like New York and something from the Midwest or something like that, and I'll pick some of these mixes up. I have a mixed accent myself, and it's funny because generally people don't guess that it's a mixed accent. Instead, they end up placing my accent as somewhere that I've never been, but somewhere close to somewhere that I've spent a lot of time.
Yeah, I can only tell. I only know of three accents I can
hardly ever.
I know of three accents I can pick out in in the American, as Americans go, obviously
like
the
Texan, Californian, and New York, or something like
well,
that.
well, yeah, the southern accent, howdy
Okay.
y'all, and the
Okay.
New York and the what about people
Oh,
to,
the
as you go towards Canada.
Yeah, Western Canadian or
Yeah,
Northwestern American accent. Yeah,
yeah,
you get
yeah,
some of that.
that sort of
Yeah,
thing. So I can pick them out, but
the
uh,
in the area around Alaska.
but it's like fuck. Fuck is international. It's internationally known. It's internationally respected word.
You know
As
what's
linguistics goes.
what's even more international?
What's that?
Pizza.
Well, yeah. There's words that people just instinctively know.
Well,
But
it's not even a matter of instinct. It's in that case, a lot of it's marketing. I mean, seriously, if you're starving, if you're dying of thirst and hunger, and you're dropped in some place where you have no idea where you are or what language is spoken, you're better off to ask for pizza and Coca-Cola than you are to ask for bread and water, because there's a good chance if you ask for bread and water, they're not going to have a clue what you're trying to say. And if you ask for pizza and Coca-Cola, there's a much better chance they're going to at least figure out you're hungry. You're going to figure out you're hungry and thirsty.
yeah. So back to finish my condition off. I just want to throw an irony in there. My whole left side of my body just disappeared. Basically,
you mean as far as your ability to like move it or sense it or both?
Yeah, this includes diminished lung response, everything.
Okay.
I went blind in one eye, but I went deaf in my right ear. I don't never worked that one out.
Okay, so it's mostly your left side, but a little bit of effect on your right side.
Yeah, my ear. I went deaf in one ear, but I went blind in one. Well, it's sort of milky now. I've been fitted for these goggles that look like Splinter Cell goggles.
Well, I could be wrong, but to me that actually makes some sense, and I'll explain why. Because the effect on the left side of your body is most likely having to do with the right hand side of your cerebral cortex.
The bleed was on the right hand side.
Okay, and then your right ear is also on that side. So the damage to the outer parts of your brain area, just barely inside your skull, could very well have affected the right ear in much the same way that it affected the right cerebral cortex. So I'm no brain surgeon or anything. I'm just saying that makes sense to me.
Last week I got fitted for Sam Fisher's Splinter Cell style goggles and out of ear hearing aid for that ear. It's like stimulating goggles. And I've already told the wife I'm going to be annoying her. I'm going to be sneaking up behind and
stimulating goggles, huh?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you how they work.
I'm curious.
They're constantly flickering and dimmering, and they're stimulating the
I get it. That makes sense. So it's giving your brain something to process to help grow the nerve connections back.
Yeah, it's basically even though the nerves have they become unresponsive. Let's say they haven't died, but
something not many people know about me. I have been at one point pretty close to quadriplegic, and told more than once, actually, on more than one occasion, that I'd never walk again. I bought my own equipment, did my own physical therapy, did my own nerve stimulation. So I'm kind of familiar with the concept. When I was told I was going to have to go to physical therapy for the rest of my life, and they were expecting me to make what amounted in my wheelchair to more than an 8-hour round trip for a half hour of physical therapy every day, and not to push myself. And I'm looking up for my wheelchair going, why am I going to end up in a wheelchair? So I just decided, I told them what I thought needed to be done, and the doctors agreed with me, and they said, yeah, but we don't have that kind of equipment. We don't have any way to do that. You'd have to, be able to get help out of town at a, hospital with more advanced equipment than we have. And so I bought my own equipment. Nothing as drastically advanced and expensive as the stuff that, the hospitals they were saying I would have needed to go to would have, but something that would serve the purpose, and retrained my own nerves and got my body working again. And it's still a struggle, but come a long way.
I've always been upbeat, and I'd say, shit happens. That's how I look at it.
That is, by the way, part of what this is about. And I was doing this even before that happened. This kind of thing, and this is not the only one. But I've got this idea. I like my brain to grow. I like my brain to get exercise. I like to challenge it, and something like this. I mean, you got something like this, 3D glasses, red, blue, or red, green 3D glasses. They'll usually come with a warning saying, like, don't wear them outdoors, don't wear them while you're driving, or whatever the case might be. And I'd go along with that. In general, it's a good recommendation because it changes the way you perceive the world, and that can be risky. If you're going to do it at your own risk and understand the risk. But I have experimented with things like, if I wear these all day long and then I take them off, what does that do to my vision if I close one eye or close the other eye? Like right now, after just that short time wearing it, when I look through my left eye, things look more blue. And when I look through my right eye, things look more red. Well, notice the lenses are red and blue. So the color that I was looking at on the left side gets transferred when I take them off to the right side, and the color I was looking at on the right side gets transferred to the left side. Now, I've noticed two very distinct things going on. That's one of them, that if you have glasses on with two different colors, the color in each side will get transferred over to the other side, in the sense, when you take them off, that it'll seem like you're seeing that color in the other side. But also a separate thing, if you have either color on both eyes, when you take it off, everything looks slightly the opposite of that color. And so there's some of that going on in each eye as well. And so if you have colors that are less contrasting than each other, you can see that blend of effects if you know how to look for it. And I've also got various, and I don't know where they're all at right now, but I've got glasses that like split the spectrum for me. So like party favor glasses where you can see rainbows everywhere and stuff. And and there again, I'll use things like that to be able to tell the difference between different types of light sources, like halogen bulbs or incandescent bulbs or LED lighting and fluorescent lighting, and you can tell them apart by looking at their spectrum, and you can see their spectrum with something like that. So it tells you a lot about the world that your eyes could not tell you without that kind of a tool. And then there's the Dolby 3D glasses, which I actually invented. I gave the idea away, and I don't ever actually expect anyone to acknowledge that I gave it to them, or ever get any credit for it. I gave it away because I wanted to own a pair someday, and it was quite a long time, quite a few years, decades, I think, after I gave the idea away before I finally managed to afford to buy a pair.
Well, but, Dolby's normally sound, isn't it? Is this what you were on about?
Well, what happened, the reason it ended up being Dolby, it's kind of a long story, but make it short, basically, I gave the idea to a small chemical company because it was someone that I could reach and talk to. And I told them straight out why I wanted the idea done. For me, it wasn't about the 3D. I had other reasons for wanting to have a pair of glasses like that, but there was no way I was going to be able to get them manufactured. And so I told them that it would make a good kind of 3D and why it would make a good kind of 3D. And, I said, maybe you can, develop it yourself. And if not, maybe you can like lease or sell it to someone else. And And so, as I understand it, they sold the idea to 3M, who then leased it to Dolby, and that's how Dolby ended up with it, and that became the Dolby 3D. And what it does is the lenses are dichroic, so they split the light into two parts. Part of the light is reflected off, and part of the light is allowed through. And there's three different layers of dichroism in the lens. So basically, one side is just letting the red, green, and blue light through a narrow band. And this wasn't my ideal version. The ideal version would have been like half of the light goes through one eye and half goes through the other. So it wouldn't have been a narrow band in one eye and a wide band in the other. But the way it is, it's a narrow band of red, a narrow band of green, and a narrow band of blue comes through one eye, and everything else is reflected off. And then the other is just like that in reverse. So the narrow band of red, green, and blue are reflected off, and everything else gets through. And
they've been drastically improved upon now with your active 3D glasses.
Well, of course, active 3D glasses, that requires a power source and things like that, timing and stuff. So yeah, the kind I'm talking about, what it requires instead is 6 different colors of light in the projector. So so your projector projects the red, green, and blue, the narrow red, green, and blue that get through one lens for one eye, and then slightly off in the spectrum from that, a slightly different red, green, and blue for the other eye. So each eye gets something that resembles red, green, and blue, but they're not quite the same red, green, and blue. One is actually getting like the same red, green, and blue as you'd get from a television. The other one's getting one that's shifted a little ways off from that. Or basically it's getting the rest of the spectrum, or when you're just looking at anything, you're getting the rest of the spectrum. But in the case of the light the projector would give, it's something in that remaining part of the spectrum that it's getting. So it's still 3 colors, still a composite of 3 colors to work with the 3 different cones in the eye, and give you a composite color that looks a lot like the red, green, blue color. But that way each eye gets its own separate image, and that way you can easily build the 3D from that, and they don't have to be active glasses. It's a passive system. Now the glasses are kind of expensive to make. That's the downside to the thing, which is why it took a long time before I could afford to get a pair. For quite a while they were available, like on Amazon you could buy 100 pairs. It was terribly expensive. And finally, I managed to find somebody willing to sell 1 pair on Amazon, and I bought that pair from them, and they're around here somewhere. I'm not sure where they're at right now. I have worn them outside, but not much, mainly because of the fact that they're not foldable. So you can't just fold them up and stick them in your pocket when you're not using them or something like that. They're very inconvenient in that respect to be something that you just use out and around. But otherwise I'd like to wear them if I could do it. I'd like to wear them everywhere I go for like a year straight, and really teach myself to see colors that to recognize and name and categorize mixes of colors that the human eyes can't detect on their own. And I have kind of done that. One color that comes to mind is a color that I call magenta, which is a color that a lot of fluorescent lights look like through those glasses, where you have it's magenta on the right hand side and green on the left hand side. And some fluorescent lights are the reverse of that, where it literally looks like magenta on the left and green on the right, but most of them are the other way around. It's if I recall correctly, the right side is magenta and the left side is green. I call that magenta.
Well, I suppose 3D glasses are all right for if you're going to use them like that, but 3D technology is basically died on its arse now. It's VR is the next step, isn't it?
Well, we shall see where that all goes. I mean, the whole thing is, the technology is just, that's just steps along the way. I mean, because portions of one technology can become portions of another technology in the future. So the sad thing is that so much of it just gets forgotten and just lost. And you know, either has to be rediscovered in order to be used, or just never gets rediscovered, never, you know, just stays forgotten. And you know, that's something, again, I wish humanity was better at, you know, categorizing such things and tucking them away for future use, and saying, you know, whatever this is good for now, you know, here's a way that you can find it if you need it in the future to work on something else, because yeah, that would be valuable, I think. But yeah, but for me, you know, the idea behind coming up with those glasses, the idea, you know, that I wanted them for, was to see if I could teach myself to recognize colors without seeing those colors, if that makes any sense. In other words, like, to be able to look at orange and look at something that's orange and recognize that it's orange without either of my eyes getting the color orange, and without either of my eyes getting a color that looks orange to that eye. And I found that actually is the case. And if I recall correctly, I think certain kinds of orange looked red in one eye and black in the other. I'm not sure if I recall that right or not, but there were colors like that I could learn to recognize those specific colors. And not only could I recognize, like, this is red or this is orange, but I knew which red or which orange it was. And, you know, like, two different reds that would look identical to someone else through those glasses, they looked different than each other to me, and I could tell them apart.
Well, you can do that with the naked eye. If you look at a perfect blue sky and stared at it, you can see yellows and pinks and all sorts in a blue sky.
Yeah, but what you can't do, though,
with the naked eye, you don't need the glasses for that.
Yeah, but what you can't do, though, is tell what that blue is made of by looking at it with the naked eye. Because the blue sky, if you think about it, what they call sky blue, it's a whitish blue. That's really, you know, it's a very desaturated blue. In other words, it's blue mixed with white, which means there's, you know, there's green in there, there's orange in there, there's violet in there, there's red in there, there's yellow in there, and you can't tell how much. I mean, here's the thing: if you had one part of the sky that had, like, added blue and added yellow, and you had another part of the sky that didn't have that added blue and added yellow, but it had added green, that, you know, that looked just like the blue and yellow mixed together to the human eye, you couldn't tell those two apart with the naked eye. But with glasses like that, you might be able to, depending on exactly how those fell into the separation of the dichroic split. And so, you know, it's, again, not as good at breaking down the spectrum as, like, those party glasses I was talking about that, you know, literally make rainbows all over the place. Those are much better at analyzing the full spectrum. But it still gives you a view of the world that you wouldn't have otherwise, and it does let you see distinctions in colors that are literally impossible to see without them.
Well, I've seen artists, especially like watercolorists. Is that a watercolorist? Is that an artist style? Anyway, I've seen them. When they painted skies, and they'll use cobalt blue, and they'll put these other colors in there as well, which I think makes a better sky. I mean, Bob Ross was famous for it. Even though I think Bob Ross's paintings were brilliant, I still just see him as a one-trick pony street type artist.
It definitely makes them more interesting visually.
Yeah.
But an interesting thing along those lines, you know, if you take a pair of glasses like these, and they don't do it to me, like, at all anymore. Even though I haven't wore these, this is the first time I put them on in, I think, a very, very long time. You know, just today. I'm not sure where they've been, but I've been moving stuff around in my apartment, so I ended up with them, you know, where I could grab them, and there they are. And when I put them on, I see a little bit of the effect I'm about to describe, but very, very little. Thing is, if you put something like this on, most people, I would say probably everybody who hasn't done it before, but at least most people, when they put on something like this, if they, you know, look up at the sky or look at, like, a white wall or some, you know, bright background or something, they're going to see what looks like a storm. You know, you look up at a clear sky and it looks like it's storming out, and not just like it's, you know, like clouds in the sky, but I mean like the sky is just changing constantly. The colors are moving all over the place. And that is your brain looking at one part of the sky with one eye and the other part of the sky with the other eye, and then making comparisons and you know, like focusing on different parts of the sky and trying to figure out, is it in focus or not? Are they lined up correctly? All this processing that the brain is doing, and you can see a lot of that going on as your brain literally only gives you the visual image of one eye at a time in any given part of the sky. And so you see this mosaic of, like, you know, red from the left eye and blue from the right eye mixed all over the place and constantly changing. And I've gotten to the point where if I put these on, if I'm outdoors and I put these on and I look up at the sky, I don't see that. I see a red-blue mix that registers to me as the same color the sky was without the glasses on. Now, the glasses are going to affect the overall mix of colors that I get, and you might think it should look like a different color because I have glasses on. Just like, you know, if I looked at it with just the red eye and just the red lens, the sky would look more red. If I looked at it with just the blue lens, it might look more blue, might look basically the same. But, you know, the thing is, with just one of the colors, you'd expect me to see a different color. But with both of them, I've gotten used to it enough that my brain compensates, and I put it on and I see the same color I saw before, but I see it in a different way. I know it's the same color and I recognize it as the same color, but I also recognize that it looks different, and I recognize that it is a composite, and and I see it differently, but I see it with both eyes at the same time, not, you know, bits and pieces in each eye.
Are you not worried about maybe wearing them constantly causing some sort of permanent damage, i.e. color blindness?
Nope.
Or anything like that? Because
nope. On the contrary, like I said, I actually find it to be good brain exercise, and
fair enough.
You know, I have personally found it to be beneficial. Now, I'm not recommending other people go out and do such a thing. You know, I would recommend, you know, very much caution with you know, considering attempting such a thing. But in my own personal experience, I have found it to be beneficial. That you know, it's helped with you know, with my concentration and things like that. That, you know, for example, where, you know, before I started doing that, like I said, my brain, like anybody else's, would see a scene in both eyes, and seeing what's in one eye was enough. So it didn't have to look at everything in both eyes. It would look at, you know, a piece of what's in this eye and a piece of what's in that eye and another piece of what's in this eye and another piece of what's in that eye, and the whole thing gets put together in this kind of mosaic. And you know, it's good enough. It's passable. But now my brain looks at stuff with both eyes at the same time, and my visual cortex is getting all of that information and putting it together and giving me a sort of a crisper 3D image of the world around me than I would have gotten otherwise, because I trained myself.
Well, this is it. Even though at the moment I've got no 3D vision, I haven't really lost. Because I've seen all my life, my brain has sort of tricked me, has tricked my one eye to show me depth perception. So I haven't really lost any depth perception, even though I have no depth perception.
Well, you would have lost depth perception whether you perceived that loss or not. But yes, your brain will give you a model of the world that has depth perception in it.
This is what I'm saying.
Depth perception isn't there.
Although I haven't lost depth perception, even though I haven't got the ability for depth perception at the moment.
Yeah, your brain will still model it as if there's depth perception there, and it'll put it together the best it can. That's what I was saying earlier about the brain trying to give you its best representation of what it thinks the world is really like, and that's what we see. You know, we don't see what comes in through our eyes. We see what comes in through our visual cortex.
And well, if I open my other eye, then if my right eye goes blurry.
Mm.
But even though with one eye, I've got the concept of 3 dimensions and depth of
Well, I'll give you
perception
something.
all through memory.
I'll give you an exercise you can consider using, and I mean, since you've got doctors working with you, and I'm not a medical doctor.
No. I'm looking forward to me splinter cell goggles. I want me splinter cell goggles. I'm gonna mess with the kids.
I mean, work with your doctors. I'm not, like I said, I'm not a medical doctor. I'm not trying to give medical advice. I was going to say, talk to your doctor about this and see what they think. But the exercise I was going to say is just, as something to consider, to try to see if you can focus on the blurry eye and the clear eye and the blurry eye and the clear eye and go back and forth between them, and then see if you can maybe, yourself maybe work out trying to clear up the blurry one a little.
No, I've tried that. No, you can't.
Because that is one thing that I can do with these. Like I said, when I just put them on, I see through both eyes at once. But I can choose, and it's not real easy, but I can choose to look through one eye or the other without closing my eye. Like right now, I'm seeing the screen of my monitor as mostly red, and I can shift that, and it went back to red without me wanting it to. There now it's mostly blue. So it's not 100% under conscious control, but I do have some conscious control over it, that I can choose which eye I want my visual cortex to see more or less of, and I can choose to blend them evenly, or I can choose to look mostly through one or mostly through the other, and that way, even without the glasses on, because I've gained the ability to do that to some extent, if I'm having a little trouble making something out, I can pick focusing on one eye and focusing on the other eye and thinking about the differences between those two, and work out things that I might not be able to otherwise. So I'm just saying it might be something that could be beneficial or useful. Maybe worth talking to your doctor about, and just ask them what they think. And if they say no, that sounds like a bad idea, well, then listen to them, not me. But
Well, as I say, I'll have me special goggles soon, where I will be sneaking around the house, grabbing people from behind and interrogating them, Sam Fisher style. And I'm looking forward to that. And the wife's already left phone books open on the divorce lawyer pages and numbers and things like that, just to warn me that my behaviour won't be tolerated, because I'm a big kid. I am a big kid when it comes down to especially, we've been in lockdown for almost a year now, with only a month or two just
that reminds me of
outings.
That reminds me of an old friend of mine. He's not around anymore, but he lost his vision at a very young age, and I don't think he ever actually did it, but he used to joke around about like grabbing some girl from behind or something and just saying, just finding my way, just finding my way.
Yeah, I wouldn't get away with that. I'd be regularly slapped.
Like I said, I don't think he ever did it, but he probably could have gotten away with it, because he's walking around with the cane and stuff, and he was literally, not just legally blind. He was literally blind to the point where he couldn't even see like light from dark.
Yeah, so people are accepting of disability, and obviously some people wear the disability on their sleeve as an advertisement, really.
Yeah, and he didn't, though. He like I said, he'd joke about stuff like that with his close friend.
You get some who laugh in the face of adversity. Of course they do.
He would do just the opposite with people he didn't know that well or didn't know at all. I mean, like, for example, I used to, I was an expert roller skater, and he liked roller skating. He'd come to the skating rink, blind guy skating. And so he didn't do anything fancy. He didn't skate backward. He was very steady on his skates, and he'd go forward, and he'd have some, he'd go out skating with the girls, have a girl hold his hand or something, and just straightforward, and very steady on his feet. So if he bumped into somebody, you know, they were more likely to fall than him. And but I remember though when, you know, I mean, I would take them out on the, you know, we'd go. They had what they call the hospital skate, where, you know, that aptly named because it was like, you know, like skate at your own risk, but go as fast as you want. And we would go out there together for that. I mean, he wouldn't, you know, he wouldn't generally do that with someone else, but he'd go out there with me, and he'd fold his cane up. I'd hold one side of the cane, he holds the other, and I used the cane to signal what direction he would need to move in to make sure he could avoid bumping into people. And it was very, very good tool for that, the way we used it, and it worked quite well. And you know, we'd be passing like everybody else, but he'd you know, get introduced to somebody, you know, get some girl by, you know, a friend of another girl that knew him or something, and you know, they'd go out skating, and he'd be, you know, talking with the girl and getting to know her and stuff, and you know, then he'd come back later, and he's, you know, talking to me, and he's like, you know, asking me to tell him about, you know, what kind of clothes she's wearing, and you know, is she slim or heavy set, or you know, anything else I could tell her about, and tell him about what she looked like visually. And and then, you know, the next time they're out on the floor skating together, you know, he'd make some comment to her about, oh, by the way, it's a nice shirt you're wearing, it's a lovely shade of red, you know, or something like that. And of course he couldn't see it at all, and they just wonder, like, you know, is he really blind or isn't he?
Yeah. Anyway, on that note, I've got to go start. Well, I've got a meeting, or a Zoom meeting, in exactly 15 minutes. It's 10:15 in the morning here.
Well, have fun with it. I think
you,
I'm gonna glance through the live chat a little bit, and you know, see if I can find anything.
The chat's been fun. I've been reading it, and it's always a pleasure having a chat with you, Donald. And we'll hopefully do it again soon, mate.
All right, thanks, dog. Take care.
You too, mate.
Okay, let's see. I'll just scroll back in the chat a little bit here. Not going to go too terribly far back. Honeyleth Chesler, I addressed a couple of the things you were saying earlier. Not sure if you're still there. Yeah, I guess you're still there. Let's see. Talk about it, but might choose not to hear about frivolous pursuit. Not sure what that's in reference to exactly. Why does there always have to be a reason for what? I'm not sure.
Just quickly, Donald, yeah. I'd like to thank the chat as well. They've kept me very well entertained. They're brilliant. Robert is always
thank you for that.
Robert is always a pleasure talking to him, and Agnostic Mom as well. It's always nice to see them. They know their stuff. And obviously Chesler, she's new to me, but yeah, she's interesting. I'll leave it at that. Catch you later, mate.
Yeah, take care. Yeah, I wish more of the people in the chat would come in here and discuss things, and then I could hear what's going on in the chat without, you know, having to, you know, miss what's going on in the voice part. And of course, I guess you know, you're getting two conversations at once, at the very least, maybe three or four at sometimes. I see Honeyleth Chesler is responding to something, I guess, saying because atheists use reason to validate some of their arguments. Well, people in general should use reason, whether they're atheist or not. I'm not sure what that was in reference to, but you know, I mean, being reasonable, using reason is generally a good thing. And as far as using a reason to validate arguments, I'm not sure exactly what would be wrong with that. Now, arguments, I want to mention, and I don't know if this is relevant to the conversation because I missed the conversation basically, but argument can be meant more than one way. So just to be clear, in case there's any misunderstanding going on with the use of the word arguments, if people are arguing with each other, that there's a conflict, and you say, well, they're having an argument, that is a very different meaning, a very different word. Although it's the same spelling and the same pronunciation, technically it's a kind of a different word than argument, as in like if somebody is trying to make a logical argument for something, or if somebody has maybe they're writing computer code, and there's an argument in their computer code, that those have nothing to do with conflict, and they have nothing to do with disagreement. So I see Robert X was saying same point for theists. Your point, I guess that's probably in reference to what I was just saying. Yeah, atheists use reason to validate some of their arguments. So do theists, if they're being reasonable, because that's how you validate an argument. Now, if by argument you mean an argument like a claim that a certain thing is true, then that makes perfect sense. But if by argument you mean like I'm right and you're wrong, and we disagree with each other, so let's have an argument, yeah, then that would not necessarily apply so well. So and not sure what way this stuff was meant. Was this Honeyleth Chesler says, you can say you're an atheist and everyone listens to you, but once you start explaining why you're an atheist, people will question the truthfulness and validity of your actions. Well, I don't think everyone should listen to you because you claim you're an atheist any more than everyone should listen to you because you claim you're a Christian or a priest or an expert in some subject that you may or may not have ever studied or know anything about. Even if they know you actually are an expert in a subject, that doesn't mean that you're going to be right about everything you say about that subject. And listen, sure, I mean, we can listen to each other, but I think by listening there, you're implying something more, because you say, you start explaining why you're an atheist, and people question the truthfulness and validity. And well, they should have done that all along. If an expert in a specific field tries to tell you something about that field, sure, listen, you might learn something from them. But don't be afraid to question the truthfulness and validity of the things that they're telling you, because they can make mistakes. They can be in error about some of the things they think they know, even though they're an expert. That's just, again, that is using reason. That's being reasonable. Let's see, skip down a little bit. Little nonsense now and then is relished by the wisest man. Yeah, atheist pagan mom, you're right. Sometimes we really need to take a break and work a fiction or little nonsense, changing the lyrics to a song, make up a parody or whatever, things that don't stress the brain so much can be a little more relaxing. Honeyleth Chesler says, I hope to face Doc one day, LOL. Well, you're welcome to join here and talk to me if you want. I'll post the link in the chat. Oh, wrong link. Hold on. Let me grab it again. There we go. And yeah, I don't know. It's been what, 4 hours now, give or take a couple minutes, since I started this live stream. So I probably shouldn't keep it going much longer. I hate to cut off the live chat when people are having fun in there. But somewhere along the way, I gotta end the episode, and not end up boring people that come to watch the recorded version of it, because maybe I ran out of things to say or people to talk to, or whatever. I'm sure I could come up with stuff, but also, um, it doesn't make much of an episode if it just goes on like until YouTube doesn't let it keep going or whatever it does it. Then it's more like just an endless live stream. But There. I think I'm back. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. To anybody that's watching this recorded, I don't know if this is even going to be on there or not, but I'm guessing it will be. My internet went out and took me a while to get it back. Oh, Robert X says yes, it's working now. Good. I came in through my phone on my Donald Kronos account and tried to type the message in live chat. I seem to have lost my internet connection, and then rebooting my cable modem. It's taking a while, but it looks like it's just about done. And even after I sent that, it still took quite a while. I've never known my cable modem to take that long to boot up and connect and actually connect. I've known it to just refuse to connect. But yeah. Well, Robert X, I don't know if I'm back to say goodbye or if should I keep going. Like I said, it's been over 4 hours now, so I probably should say goodbye. I guess some people left while my internet was out, as I understand it. Does anybody who's still there wanna come join the stream and say anything? Maybe just pop in. Say goodbye to any audience that might actually watch through this whole 4 hours, or should I just go ahead and go? My next episode of this, by the way, is planned for 36 hours from the start of this one. So, gonna skip one whole day and bring it back at 10:25 in the morning on whatever day that puts that in. Let's see, today, well, it was Thursday, I think. Now it's Friday. I'm bad with that sort of stuff. I actually have to use a tool like my phone to help me figure it out. Yeah, it's Friday, so I'm gonna skip all of Friday, and then 10:25 in the morning U.S. Pacific time Saturday would be the next episode. At least that's the plan. And I had a topic or two picked out as possible things I was going to use for that. Can't think of what they were right now. I don't know if I'm going to set that up right away or if I'm going to wait and do that in the morning. But soon I should have that up and available if anybody wants to check it out. If you have that much fun in the live chat, I mean, if you don't care about the fact that it won't be recorded and show up for other people, except the last little bit just before the whatever is still available when I start the actual broadcast. But you can come on before the broadcast and talk in the live chat, and if anybody answers, they answers, and they answer, and if they don't, they don't. Never know, you might get a conversation going that way. I did that when I was on the Modern Day Debate channel, debating Kent Hovind. Both the first time it was scheduled and the second time when we actually had the debate, I was in there for quite a while, as much time as I could manage before the scheduled debate, talking with people in the chat. Now, he's got a whole lot more subscribers on his channel than I've got here, so that makes that quite a bit easier to do. But nonetheless, can be done. And if anybody, I do try to keep a window open with the live chat showing on it once I set the thing up. So if anybody wants to say hi to me or something in the live chat, they can do that, and I'll probably see it. Maybe not right away, but I'll probably see it, and I'll probably respond to it. And if anybody else sees it, they might respond as well. So, at any rate, not seeing anybody saying they want this to keep going or anything. Robert says we can do this forever, but yeah, no, we won't live that long, sadly. But at any rate, so yeah, I'm going to go ahead and let this go. The topic that I started this with was, can gods do things? And well, I don't know, can they do anything at all? But it doesn't appear that any of the supposedly powerful gods are powerful enough to show up and speak for themselves. That seems to be a thing that only gods that are just humans are able to do, not the superhuman gods or the supernatural gods. They don't seem to be able to do such things, which seems to me to be an indication that they are most likely works of fiction. I mean, that is where the evidence seems to lead. Now, maybe they're real and they're actually hiding from us, which would go back to the topic of Amy Newman's midnight ranting of divine hiddenness. Why are they hiding? And why do they specifically hide from those people who don't believe they exist? Is it kind of like, the people who believe they exist, they can't hide from them because those people already know about them? Or are they only, letting people believe they exist who won't recognize that, they're not all good? I don't know. Robert X says you have 98 subs and 8 watching. That is about 9%. I know channels with 10,000 members and only 30 online, which is 0.3%. So you're fine. Yeah, you have a good point there. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I noticed that when I look back at the episodes so far of this series, there were 2 episodes. The most views that any episode had, 2 episodes were tied for that number. I forget what the number was, 130 something or something like that. But 2 episodes were tied for the same number of views. So, because a friend of mine asked me, like, how many views did I get? And so I looked at that and I'm like, well, judging by the fact that those 2 both have the exact same number of views and they've got the most views, I think that's the number of viewers I have. Because that's like, those are the 2 episodes that like everybody watching this program watched. But no, I don't know, because 98 subscribers and over 100 viewers. Do I have more viewers than I have subscribers? I mean, is it, because 8 watching right now while I'm in live stream. That's, of course, not everybody who will watch this. And then there are people who, might choose to watch it a second, maybe even a third time. Although, 4-hour live stream, that takes a long time to watch more than once. So I don't know. These might be things I'll never have a way of knowing, or maybe YouTube's got some tools to figure that stuff out if you want to. And I don't even know if it's worth figuring out. I mean, the main thing is I'm trying to provide a service and do something that is valuable to the public in some way. And I mean, my acting career is kind of at a standstill right now. I don't want to be out asking for jobs, risking my health during the pandemic if I can avoid that. So try to do something useful with my ability to entertain people, and that's what I'm trying to do. And if we can answer some deep philosophical questions in the process, great. And and if there are gods out there that that could help us out, or maybe pose some threat to us, or whatever the case might be, and somehow we can expose the truth of that, whatever it might be, or get us a little closer to that truth. That's also a good thing. So but at the very least, encouraging some stimulating discussion in the live chat, and um, and since I have had two theists come on here and say that they would invite their God to come join the show sometime, and speak for themselves, yeah, that's, I'd say in and of itself, that's a good thing. That's an accomplishment, because that is something I think theists should be doing, and quite sincerely, on a regular basis. Invite their God to join some party they're going to, or come over to a friend's house and say hi, or whatever the case might be. To actually show up. I mean, after all, if the God of the Bible, or Zeus from the Greek pantheon, or whatever the case might be, could do that in the past, in reality, and not just in myths or stories, there's no reason why such a God couldn't do that these days. And if somebody who believes a God exists really wants other people to believe the same thing, the sensible thing to do would be to introduce them to that God, and let them get to know each other, if that's a possibility. And so we are exploring whether or not that is possible, and we'll never be able to rule it out by having tried and not succeeded. But it might shed some light on just how likely it is to be true. I mean, if we keep trying and the gods just never show themselves, it's probably a pretty good indicator that either they're not real, or they just want not to show themselves. Or maybe that they want to and they can't. But trying to give them a good way to, right? Any rate, I guess I will say goodbye then, and looks like Dog left, and Agnostic Pagan Mum left, and I think Robert X, I think you're the only one still here, if you're even still here. So I'm going to go ahead and go. What is this? We might not always agree, but I still like you and your voice. Oh, thank you for that. Yeah, you're fun to have around. So thanks for that also. And I welcome you to come on the show and speak sometime, and talk to the audience. I know you have fun in the live chat, and thank you for doing that. You're quite welcome to do that as well. And I know it's hard to do both at once, so if you prefer the live chat, that's okay. But just want to let you know you're welcome in either event. And yeah, all gods are invited, but everybody's welcome. As long as they're not being an a-hole. Take care.